All right. Hopefully, we are live. YouTube is being butthead again with my Google. Oh boy. All right. Anyway, let us see.
I am a fan of Ding. I'm sorry.
Oh, if we talk about Peter Dinklage messing stuff up for little people, that could be a rant that would go for a few days.
Oh, don't get me started.
Yep,
Because
yep.
then we'd be going into Snow White, and
Oh God,
I'm
dear, that's another
already
one.
I've already jumped on that bandwagon.
Yeah, yeah. Well, anywho, today we've got some really cool updates. We've got some updates about the Switch and an update about the YouTuber who inspired Buckethead. So, since Buckethead's got these two topics to start with, let's start with him. Which one do you want to start with, Bubba?
Well, we'll start with the update on my YouTuber inspiration,
Okay.
because that's the shorter of the two topics I want to touch on.
That's a less ranty one.
Yeah.
Hey, what
So
you said about been going on with the Switch, I'm like, damn.
yeah, because I was showing him some screenshots and pictures of stuff that I've been seeing online and hearing about in various places.
Yeesh.
Uh, but uh, Razius TV is a Gmod and Minecraft YouTuber for 7 or 8 years, who I love to watch recreationally. And here, about a month back, he closed down his YouTube channel after some drama happened inside his community, which,
Yep.
without his permission, I am not going to touch on. I will say that what happened was bad enough that he deleted his entire channel and actively threatened to unalive himself. Thankfully, he did not, and he is doing much better now.
Jesus.
In fact, within the last week, some of his friends have actually convinced him to start live streaming again.
That's good.
And over the last week, he has joined other people in a few live streams. Today, for the first time, he is, as we speak, currently in his first solo live stream in a long time.
God damn.
Well, that's good.
Hmm.
Because, I mean, I'm doing this for fun and enjoyment. I'm not doing it to make money. I'm not doing it for as much as I would like to get clicks, the like clicks and members and subscribers and stuff. I'm doing this because it's something I'm enjoying. I'm
You're bored.
enjoying having conversations with people, even people I disagree with. And in fact, there's stuff I disagree with everybody about, because no two people are alike and no two people are going to agree on everything. That's the whole purpose of tolerance and respect. It's a two-way street. You've got to give respect to get respect, and you've got to be tolerant to be tolerant. And it's one of those things that gets me. Some of the people who scream about tolerance the loudest are some of the most intolerant people I've ever met. And whenever it comes to doing stuff like this, as long as you're having fun, you should have fun. I don't believe in calling people. I don't like it when people call somebody out for something unless it means something. It's like if I don't like drama for drama's sake. If I wanted to see drama, I'd watch soap operas.
Agreed.
And I hate to admit this, but I watched soap operas with my mom when we were kids because, well, she was watching the TV and we only had the one TV. You don't realize just how lucky you are, Zach, man. You had your own TV.
Yeah, but they kept breaking.
Yeah. Well, you you kids had your own TV
I
in
mean,
your
for a
room.
while, I didn't. I think I got my first one when I was like 15.
Yeah. Well, when you were here, you guys had your own TV with your own little DVD player, and y'all got to watch your DVDs whenever you wanted, which was either Madagascar, Lilo and Stitch, The Incredibles, and Cars. You watch those all the time. And Hamtaro, whatever the heck it was.
Hamtaro, yeah.
Yeah, they would watch that. They would sit there and watch it, and their eyes would be like the size of saucers, going, "Ooh, ah." And then when it go off, it'd be like they come running back up and they still holding the little case it came in, meaning it's time to start it back over again. That was what the two of y'all did. But yeah, kids today, man, they don't realize how lucky they are. But nah, I think every adult has said that at some point.
There is an adult in history that hasn't said that at one point.
Yeah, especially whenever you're standing in the middle of the toy aisle going, where were all of these awesome toys when I was a kid? Wait, I know I'm not the only one who says that, because I've been in many a toy store in a toy aisle and see other adults around, and I make that statement, and every last one of them nodding their heads going, yeah, I know, right? And I'm like, buy the toy you want to play with anyway. Take it home with you. And if your kids say anything, the only time you get to play with this is if I'm playing with it. Because I actually did. I had a big box of action figures that I had bought to be able to play with my kids, and it's half of the toys went with them when they went to the UK. The other half stayed with me, and because originally we were going to have playtime over Yahoo Internet Messenger, where you could do that.
Oh God, we're reaching back with that one.
Yeah, and but that never came about. But anywho, getting back to doing what makes him happy. That's the best part of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, never give up on your dreams, man.
Yeah. And because I think I said the last time I talked about him that I wasn't there when all this stuff started going down.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wasn't in a position where I was able to watch his channel at that point in time, but he said that he would discuss it in detail at some point or another. But right now he seems genuinely happy, and he's got some of his friends by his side. So
that's the other important part. A lot of people who end up in that situation, they tend to get just completely blindsided by everybody. I mean, their community, their immediate family, friends. It doesn't matter what the drama is. That seems to be the norm. Even if it's something as innocent as saying the wrong thing or having the wrong belief, obviously something that's going to end up in front of a judge, bit different situation. But for something as having the wrong politics, the wrong think, it's enough to tear entire family groups apart, which is wrong. In the greater scheme of things, it's wrong, but there are still plenty of people who want to play that game.
Yep. And without saying too much, I will say Razius is an altruist. So his whole thing is he is too generous and too kind.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of people who take advantage of that kind of people.
He wants to see the best in everyone, regardless of said person. Yeah.
Yep.
So he's kind of like me then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shrubby said something to me the other day that that really hit me hard, hit me in the deep feels, man. Even though I still don't think I'm good enough as an example for what he told me, but still, I just think that this world needs a lot more good people in it that care, and it tries to make the world a better place, and it needs a lot more love in it. And that's the thing, especially with these people that are out there, screaming from the rooftops, we need more love in the world, but then they turn around and start spewing hate, saying, oh, you can't speak your mind, you can't express your opinion because you don't agree with my opinion. That just, they don't see what they're doing, and that really breaks my heart, because they're being an even bigger problem when they do that. I mean, it's like I've said before on my channel, I have an open door policy. Anybody wants to come on here and talk about the stuff they love, I'm more than willing to host them so they can talk about the stuff they love, as long as it's, family friendly. Because
That's purely because so you don't have the YouTube go yeet.
Exactly. And I just it's something that makes me feel better, knowing that this guy is back out there doing what's right,
Yeah, doing what makes him happy.
Yep.
Agreed.
And he's the kind of person that he said straight up, if you want him to help make content, he will be more than happy to be there for you.
Yep. And that's
he has helped a lot of people make content on their channels.
Sounds a lot like Cardinal Sin was for a lot of people.
Yep. Cardinal Sin, he's the one who gave me my first membership to a channel, and that was to Doomcock's channel. Nice. And I got this message saying that you've been gifted the membership. And I went on and I said, hey, what does this mean, being gifted a membership? And he pops up and he says, well, yeah, I gifted you a membership, and this is what it means. And you get access to this stuff too. And I was like, oh, wow, thank you. I did not know that was here. And he would always acknowledge you when you came in. And it was a sad day when we lost him, and our community and our family has lost a great one when Cardinal Sin passed away. And we've lost several other people over the years that their shining light was really amazing for everybody that knew them. And there are those.
To my eternal shame, I don't think I ever knew the man properly, or at least in some form, and to my eternal regret that I don't know that. So,
yeah, same here. I was just getting into the community hardcore when he passed away.
Yeah,
I'd listen to Friday Night Frolics, and then that'd be I would never type in the chat or anything. When it comes to live streams, especially streams like Doomcock, I'm more of a lurker. I will have it playing in the background while I do other things, but I'm still actively listening to it.
Yeah.
It's only on rare occasions when I will actually participate in the chat.
Oh, great! I was in the same situation. I mean, that's it. It really threw Doomcock right off when he restarted the Discord and put on his round table, and I jumped in and I said, I haven't really not much to say. I just say hello, thanks for having me here, and jump back out again. And this is my 3.5 year anniversary, and it knocked the man for 6. He was like, what, you've been around for that long? I said, yeah. And have you not been here before? I said, just never really been around. I just watched the streams, just sat around in the chat and,
had fun.
Support. He goes, yeah, just had fun. He goes, wow, Jesus. Talk about the black horse out of nowhere.
Yeah. For me, I've been watching Doomcock's videos for better part of 4 or 5 years now. Actually, I think it's been longer than that because I started watching his videos back when I worked at Zaxby's. I've been working at Culver's for 3 years. I worked in HVAC for 2 years before that. So it's been 6 years now.
God damn. Oh, we lost Zach.
Yep. He'll be back.
All right.
But but I rely entirely on gifted memberships because I do not have the money. I would love to be able to get a arch villain level membership for the sole purpose of being able to get into Xanadoom to speak to Doomcock to let him know how much I truly appreciate him.
The Discord's open to Doomentite level as well. You realise this?
I did not know that.
Yeah. Don't worry. It surprised me too. I thought it was exactly the same. No, I'm only Doomentite level on his Patreon, and I'm allowed in the Discord.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. So if you can only make Doomentite, go for your life.
Well, my problem is the fact that I'm not able to do the memberships or anything like that anymore on here because of my card refuses to allow it. It's just like I can't. My Nitro on Discord, I can't even get my subscription for that approved with the credit card that the VA and Social Security made me get.
Yeah. With that one, I had very much a similar problem recently. I was very much in the same boat, and it took me physically having to contact the bank that issued the card, not the card company, the bank that had issued the card to me. They had it on their system that online and in-store purchasing was turned off, and they had no idea why that happened. They don't know how it happened. They don't know why it happened. As far as they knew, on the system, nobody from their end turned it off. Nobody from us, nobody from our side turned it off.
No, I can still do my. There's some Kickstarters I can still support. There's certain I can still do my online ordering with Amazon and everything. I still can do my DoorDash whenever I do DoorDash and stuff like that. It's just it's not allowing me to do super chats or memberships on YouTube. It's not allowing me to do the subscription for Nitro on Discord. And every now and again, there's Kickstarters it refuses to allow me to pay for. And usually those Kickstarters are because the person that set up the Kickstarter, their bank is in Europe. And it won't let me.
I thought the same thing. I thought the same thing too. Like, because a lot of the time that was cropping up as oh damn it, you don't have gift memberships, damn it. I was just going to give it a test and see if I get it work my side. I thought the same thing, because originally it would just show up in Australian dollars and allow me to gift, but it kept permanently showing up in US dollars.
Yeah.
And wouldn't let me do it. And so I'm thinking, okay, maybe it has something to do with that. No. The fact I managed to get a super chat to go through on Jolly's stream yesterday out of nowhere. I think it might very well be the similar situation with that. But yeah, only way I'm going to fully know 100% is I'm going to have to jump in some of the other streams and give it a shot, see if it works.
Yeah. Well, with because I was getting aggravated because there was one of my friends said, "Hey, my artwork's going to be in this role-playing game that we're Kickstartering." I was like, "Oh, wow." And it was a superhero role-playing game. I love superhero role-playing games. So I backed it and to support him and the company that was putting it out. Now, when it came time to pay for it, it was refusing to allow it to go through. So I had to call up Direct Express saying, "Hey, why is it not accepting this?" And they're like, "Oh, it's not allowing it because you're not allowed to buy from them. it's going overseas to pay for it, and you're not allowed to do that. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm a grown adult. I should be able to pay for, buy what I'm wanting to buy, And they were like, don't get mad at me. And I'm like, I'm not mad at you. I'm trying to figure out who set this up so I can try to find a way of fixing it.
Yeah, it doesn't just happen out of nowhere. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like, what the heck? But yeah, that just really, it's just really, really screwed up. That's one of the reasons why I don't like this whole concept of everybody saying, "Oh, we need to go and go to digital currency," and I'm like, no. That gives too much control over your money to somebody else,
And speaking of too much control, I believe Buckethead had the more Switch 2 news. Speaking of too much control and unchecked control.
Oh, so the Switch 2 was officially released, and among many, many things, Nintendo made clear that their Switch 2 was supposedly completely unhackable. As I had mentioned to Richard Spake, I think it was yesterday, within 2 hours of release, a hacker by the name of David Buchanan managed to find, you know that name.
Yep, I know that name.
managed to pull off a userland return-oriented programming exploit.
Oh, you clever bastard. Anyway, sorry, go on.
So, I've done a little bit of research on it. From what I understand, this is a small, tiny crack on the windshield sort of thing.
Yep, very much so, yes.
But it does hold a bright future for hackers. But even some of the most professional hackers are having a hard time jailbreaking it, because they did upgrade their security from the Switch 1. Now, the best part of the Switch 2 news that has come out recently, the update. A lot of people who watch this now and in the future will know the biggest problem with the original Switch was the drift problems that it had in its Joy-Cons.
Yes.
That not only is that problem still present with the Switch 2, but there are reports that some are getting it straight out of the box.
Oh, Christ. Really? Really? A problem they should have fixed upgrading to the new system that is now still present and even more so worse in the new one. What?
Yep.
Why is everyone stupid but me? I know how Rick feels right now.
Right?
Jesus Christ. Anyway, sorry, continue.
So there's all that. There's let me check the Discord real quick.
Just so we keep you up to speed, Richard, just give me an idea of what exploit he's talking about. Basically, their whole system is fronting on the business, i.e. the front door's locked, the windows, the front windows are barricaded, and they're basically just leaving the bathroom window open.
Yeah, I kind of figured that.
Yeah, it is quite literally the level of exploitation is. It's not obvious, and unless you know it's there, but it's one of those that even the most basic of hackers who know where to look will find it. That's how stupidly simple it is.
But what gets me is the fact, didn't they learn anything from the builders of the Titanic?
No. No. Even more.
And you're not the first one to make that joke either.
Because, I mean, as soon as I heard them say, hey, it's unhackable, and I'm like, oh, shit.
Yep, here we go.
Yep.
You just told, let's be kind and say about 20 million people who know how to hack shit. You just gave them a challenge that they love getting. You know, it's like you can't hack
fucking hold my beer moment. Yeah.
Yep.
And they like go, okay. They pop their knuckles, get their Energon drinks up.
Yeah.
And then go, let's see what I can. Oh, wait, I forgot to get the potty chair out.
Ma'am, bathroom, ma'am, bathroom.
And then they get started.
Now, whoever gets that reference, well done, and I love, and that you're welcome for that lovely image of Cartman taking a massive dump through a chair.
I swear, man, South Park. Oh God, it's hard to believe that the stuff that South Park made fun of has been coming flipping true.
South Park and The Simpsons both have been really good about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, disturbingly so. Disturbingly so.
Well, look at the Kids in the Hall. I mean,
oh God,
they did a thing where it was supposed to be taking place on a college campus. It was an arts class, and they were going to draw the model, and the model comes out, and it was this young woman, and everybody starts going off on exploiting this woman's body, blah, 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 and all this. No, she's actually getting paid to do this. This is her job. She's a model. Well, you're exploiting her body, blah, 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 and all this other shit. And the comedy was the fact that it was so absurd. And as we all know, that's the world we're pretty much living in now.
Yep.
And I mean, it's like the Babylon Bee, you know, it's like they're having to come up. I mean, they're really going, okay, what can we do that's not going to turn out to be real in 3 days?
Yeah, they're not even the case of what can we find something to make a funny satirical joke about this. It's like, what can we make fun of that isn't suddenly going to be proven true in the next 48 fucking hours?
Yeah. And I mean, I look at it this way, you know, comedy is one of those things you have to be willing to offend somebody. Because sometimes that's the only way to get the joke across is by using the offensive aspect of it to draw attention to it being offensive and why it's offensive. It's like the people that get upset.
And thus absurd, and thus making the joke, you know, this is why this should be ridiculed. Yes,
exactly. And I mean, some of the greatest comedians out there, like Richard Pryor. His name's right on the tip of my tongue and I can't say it. He played Glick in
Martin Short.
Okay, there's Martin Short, but he's still alive. What's his name?
There's only one I know that played Glick, and that was Martin Short.
Cardinal Glick in
Cardinal Glick
in Dogma. He was in Dogma.
George Carlin.
That's it, George Carlin. Especially George Carlin, because he was always talking about this, about how comedy has to be able to be offensive. They have to be able to use the words that are the no words. They have to be able to do this because that's the whole point of comedy. That was the whole point of the court jester, was to make fun of the king. You know, the jester was able to say stuff nobody else could say.
One of the most poignant paintings involving a jester will always be the jester's burden.
Mm-hmm.
If you've ever seen that painting, it is very, very profound. It is the jester sat in the side chamber next to the great hall. He's got an expression of absolute dread and terror on his face, staring into space, and he's got what looks like basically a dispatch scroll sitting next to him. And the whole pretense of it is that he's basically got the worst news possibly imaginable that he has to now go present to the king. That if anybody else gave it to him, he'd probably have them executed for.
Is it the one where the jester's wearing red?
Yep, that's it.
All right, hold on a second.
If you can bring that picture up, that'll be helpful. Yes.
Yep, that's the one I'm working at. Let me get to the present my screen. Share the screen. There we go. Let me make it a little
there bit he is. Yep. Look at it. You see the scroll sat next to him on the table, the look of absolute fucking dread. And you can see to the right, sorry, I was sort of just to the left, sorry, to the right, you can see there, everyone's all having a wonderful, wonderful time. And there's this poor fuck going, how in the shit am I going to do this?
Yep. And that right there is one of those things that that's why we have stand-up comedy.
Yep.
That's the whole reason for comedy was to hold up the mirror to you, to show your own hypocrisies, show your own weaknesses. You know,
your own prejudices. Yeah.
Yeah. Voltaire said it great when he said that if you want to know who has the power, look at who you can't make fun of.
Yep.
And it's one of the reasons why whenever these modern day people keep sitting there going, oh, the patriarchy this, the patriarchy that, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, who is the one group of people you can make the most fun of and not worry about it being splashed back onto you and causing you problems? Straight white Christian males.
Well, just straight white males, period. Yeah.
Yep.
True, but it's mostly, you see, most of the comedy is focused at going after people who still believe in a God, but that's still there. Neither near nor there. But the fact that it makes me laugh when I hear them talk about a patriarchy, because I'm sorry, when all it takes to destroy a man's life is an accusation, even after it comes out that it was all lies, that man's life is still ruined. Every time he tries to get a job and they do a background check, it will come up that he was charged with these things that he was falsely accused of. And they're not going to care it was false accusations. Look at the Duke lacrosse scandal that happened back in the 90s. Okay. There were guys that were on the Duke lacrosse team before that scandal ever happened that are only able to get jobs in other parts of the world because it always came back to them having been on the Duke lacrosse team, and that's all they saw, and it was in that same time period. And they're like, "Oh, you had to be involved in this."
Yeah, there's actually one of the guys on the board over here who is very much in that same vein. It took him to getting all the way over here and practically changing his name to effectively wipe it away. It still came out eventually. That's who he was, but the fact that none of us over here, he's actually one of the guys who's on the board for Telstra, surprisingly enough.
Well, the one I'm talking, there was two of them that I'm thinking about. They had to get jobs over in your end of the world, and they're in the South. Is it East Asia?
Somewhere around there.
One of them got his job in China, and literally his job is passing paperwork around. And anytime that they do a party or something, he has to be at the party. They literally told him the only way he can miss a party is if a part of his body's been cut off and they're going to be sewing it back on. And he's told, you don't speak Chinese, even though he's so fluent in Chinese, it's not even funny. That if you were talking to him on the phone in Chinese and you were a native Chinese speaker, you think he was talking to another native Chinese speaker. That's how good he knows Chinese. But he has to stand there and listen and act like he doesn't know what the hell they're talking about as they're pointing at him saying, they keep saying that they are the land of the free, but yet he's here because he can't get a job back in his home because he was falsely accused of this shit. And he's like, do you know how demoralizing that is?
Yeah,
And
I
he's
can
like,
imagine. I can understand why guys in that situation tend to want to lose a 1v1 with a rope at some point in their life. I can fully understand that.
And he says the only reason why he does it is to provide for his family. And that's the thing that most people don't get when it comes to being a man in a relationship. You're willing to demean yourself for your wife and your kids. That's
very poignant statement that one of the I wouldn't say hardcore feminists, but one of the feminist writers who did a TED talk a while ago brought that up. You know, they talking about the shame of women, of what women have to deal with, and she got brought undone by a guy who went and spoke to her about it. I said, I like what you said about shame. It's interesting that you don't really mention men as when it comes to that. And he said, well, I didn't study men. It's like, well, how very convenient, because there's for most men, you know, the old white charger saving the day. You know, that's how they're expected to be. And there are members of their family, especially the female parts of the family, that would rather you die on that horse than fall off it.
Yeah.
Rather be brought low by shame.
And I mean, look at Nora Roberts, I think was her name. She did the book Self-Made Man.
I think that was the same woman. But you continue. Yeah, go on.
Yep.
And she was supposed to pretend to be a man for, I think, like 2 years.
Oh, yep, that one too.
And she wouldn't even get halfway through it before she had to quit because she just couldn't believe what men were going through. And she ended up committing suicide a few years ago. She went to Switzerland where doctor-assisted suicide's allowed. And her ex-wife stated the fact that the reason why she did it was what she discovered while being undercover as a man and just how messed up men have it. And
I think wasn't her whole goal to prove that men have it way easier than women?
Exactly.
That was her initial goal. Yes.
And she ended up
to prove how easy and how luxurious men have it in terms of society. Yes. And
one of the things that she was like, even though she didn't know how to bowl, she went to go learn how to bowl. And instead of the guys busted, the figurative balls a little bit, but they were more than willing to bend over backwards to help teach her as him how to bowl and do it right. And then when she tried to get into the dating scene, she found out just how one-sided that was and just how cold women were to men and all this other stuff. And she was like, oh my God, we're wrong about all this stuff. And I was like, ta-da!
Thank you, Jesus! Thank you!
Finally, someone who gets it.
And I'm like,
it was the Robin Williams at the Met moment. Finally, vengeance is mine!
And I'm to that point where I'm looking. I was like, somebody finally puts this stuff out there, but nobody listened to her. Which is, I think that's one of the reasons why she couldn't live with it no more, was the fact that she saw this stuff and she tried telling people about it and and nobody listened. And she saw all these men suffering and nobody giving a damn. I mean, Cassie J was a big time feminist documentary maker. She did the movie The Red Pill. Okay, where she was like, she wanted to do a tell all expose documentary about how messed up the men's rights activists are, you know, and all this other stuff, and prove them to be the misogynists that they were.
Yeah.
And she ended up discovering all of her preconceived notions about what the men's rights movement is about was bullshit. And that she was part of the reason why men were not, nobody wanted to listen to the men and the problems that they were having. And she's like, she doesn't use the term feminist anymore, even though she still cares about women's rights and all this other stuff, even though a lot of us are like, why don't you go and bring light to the places where women are still being repressed, especially in Muslim countries, where they're still cutting their magic woohoo buttons off and then cutting the insides of their off.
I'm sorry. That just got to me just now. I'm sorry.
I've never heard it quite put that way.
Exactly, me neither. I'm sorry. I know it's supposed to be something bad, but just how you use that phrase, I'm sorry, dude.
Hey, you have to make it outrageous to get people to listen to it and remember it.
It's outrageous.
We'll definitely be remembering that one.
Yeah, there's outrageous, and then this is what the fuck, man. Oh God.
But I had never known what that procedure was until I was in the Navy, and I heard this little girl screaming, and went to go see what it was, and the Marines that were with me realized what was going on, and they already knew, you know, you don't mess with kids. If I see a kid being hurt, I go and get them, and they did not want. This was right after Saddam Hussein had invaded Kuwait, and we were first ship on station, and heard this little kid screaming. Went to go see what it was, and the Marines were like, "Oh shit!" and they just beat the living crap out of me to keep me from intervening on what they were doing to that little girl.
Yeah, and it's not that they don't care. They had no choice. It's standing orders. You don't interfere. You know, you don't have a choice in the matter. Yeah.
And and they were all friends, you know, and they're like, dude, we had to stop you because that would have been an international incident that would not have went over well for any damn body.
Yep.
And I don't blame them. They did the right thing. Even though to this day I still have nightmares about it, and that I still feel like I should have not been stopped by them beating me down and grabbed that little old bitch that was mutilating that little girl and twisted her head off, you know. But
there is nobody in this world at this point in time that probably would have disagreed with you.
Yep. And so yes, like I told Zachary, I've seen things in my life that that I wished I could forget. And it will stay with me for the rest of my life. And I just wish that the people that make these accusations, it's like these idiots in LA that are rioting and doing all this kind of crazy shit. They keep accusing people here of being oppressive and trying to force this type of shit here, where that is not any of the attentions that any of us have. And instead of drawing the attention to where all this oppression is actually happening, or this mutilation is happening, they say nothing. And when you bring it up, they start screaming at you and calling you a bigot and a racist and all this other shit, completely ignoring the fact that if you're gay there, they will kill you. Be it tossing you off top of a building, off top of a mountaintop, like it says in their holy papers. that you're supposed to do, or they will stone you to death, or they will cut your head off if you are a homosexual. If you're a female and you get raped and you cannot find more than 2 dudes to say, yes, she was raped, she didn't go into it willingly, they're going to kill you. And in many cases, it's your family who does it to restore your family's lost honor. I'm sorry, but if a religion says that that the woman has to cover herself from the tip of her head to the bottom of her feet, so you don't tip the man to be lustful, and if you've done that, it's your fault. You're the one who's done the dishonor, not the dude who lost control of himself and dishonored you. You know, to me, that's not what
bullshit.
Yes, you're relieving the offender of the responsibility of their actions. And that's one of the reasons why I get upset with the way the left acts. They want to blame society and not the criminal. I'm sorry.
They're trying to pave the way for all of that to be taking over. As I kept saying about a lot of it, having Muslim dominated society is a fucking politician's wet dream. Being able to implement a tax that is completely unregulated and uncontrolled by anyone other than those who are in immediate control.
Yes.
That idea alone is enough to make them fucking soil their underwear in joy. Imagine that. Imagine having just forgetting the religious aspect of it. Imagine having a tax that anybody in any position of power can put on anybody they feel like.
Yeah. That's authoritarianism right there in a nutshell.
Agreed.
Now, I look at life quite simply. Are you living your life and you're not harming anybody? Then go and be you. But the moment you start trying to force your will on other people, that's when I say, oh, wait a minute. It's like when it comes to gay people, I'm like, it's not my thing. But as long as you're not forcing it down my throat, literally, I'm okay. Okay. But I also make the statement of those who cannot give informed consent should not be involved, i.e. children and animals, are those with the mentality of children. Because I bring my nephew Dustin up. He's 23, 24, and he has the mentality of a child because of medical issues that he had as a baby. And we are always trying to keep him safe from people trying to exploit his naivete and keep him safe. And so he falls under my "you don't fuck with children" rule. Because if you've got the mentality of a child, to me, that means, guess what? They're a child. I don't care what their age at the bottom says. One of the guys I was in the Navy with, he had 2 uncles who had mental impairment problems from when they were little. And they were in their 50s and 60s, but yet they still had the minds of children. Thus, they also fall into my "you don't fuck with children" rule. And it just really frustrates me when I see that. But I've also known when I was younger, I knew people when I was in high school that had the mentality of adults that could make some pretty intense decisions on their lives that early. But I don't think we should lower the voting age to 16. I don't think we should lower the age of buying a gun to 16 either. I do think we do need that barrier there. It's just the fact that I'm not one for one rule fits all. Because like I said, I've known adults who I'm like,
you wouldn't trust them to sit the right way on a toilet seat. Yeah,
exactly. And so I'm like, the world isn't as cut and dry as a lot of people want to think it is.
Agreed.
And I look at it that each person is an individual. No two people are alike, just like no two snowflakes are alike. No two diamonds are alike. I used a diamond as a representation of humans all the time because an uncut diamond looks like a piece of quartz, guys.
Hmm.
Okay. What makes the diamond clear and valuable is each of the little facets you cut into it. And it makes the diamond unique. It makes the diamond valuable. And that's life. I'm straight. That's one facet. I'm white. That's another facet. I'm male. That's another facet. I like science fiction. That's another facet. I like role playing games. That's another facet. And so on. No two people are alike. Each one's unique and needs to be judged as that. That's why I don't judge people on what they are, but who they are. Because if you're judging somebody by what they are, you're judging them by a single facet of what makes up the whole of them. And it frustrates me because I believe I when I meet people, you know, I'm looking at the whole package. I'm looking at who they are. I'm looking at who they are in their heart and not caring about the other stuff. Even before I was a cripple, that's how I took people. And after becoming a cripple and seeing how people treat me as a cripple, do you know how many times and how aggravating it can be when people treat you like, oh, he can't do anything on his own because he's a cripple?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, being a cripple, you learn that pretty quick. There's people who are going to think that about you.
Yeah, it's not necessarily from a place of malice either. It's just simply this person is in this situation. They therefore they cannot do X, Y, and Z. Yeah,
exactly. And so I don't hold it against them. I actually see it on a positive side. That's their humanity. That's their compassion reaching out to try to help me. When I was in England in 2009, when I got to go for Zachary's second birthday, which was the last time I physically was in the same room with my son, was back then. The people around me, when they found out my situation, what I was going through, and how I was skimping and saving to make sure I had enough money to keep a hotel room so I could stay as long as I could. But that meant I was going without eating. And they found out about it. They got a little bit huffy about it. They started showing,
understandably so.
They started showing up to my room in the morning. There'd be a knock on the door. Open the door. Yeah. Are you going to get to see your son today? Unfortunately, no. They're not going to come get me to go see my son today. Have you eaten yet? No, I haven't eaten yet. Okay. About an hour and 30 minutes to an hour later, there'd be another knock at the door, open it up. Here's your food. And they'd be a full English breakfast. And I'm like, whoa, okay. How much do I owe you? You don't owe me jack shit. You made me laugh. We're good. And then lunchtime, knock, knock, knock. There's my lunch. Whoa, okay. And because believe it or not, I'm not the only dude that went through what I've gone through with my kids. I mean,
yours is very much not a unique situation. No.
Yeah, it's not, especially not in the UK. It's one of the reasons why. Okay, gentlemen, if you have sons or daughters who like other girls, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Cornish women, yes. Welsh women, yes. Irish women, yes. Scottish women.
You are preaching to the choir here. You are preaching to the choir here, sir.
I have never been outside of the country, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
English women, no. Start running and screaming, no. And just don't stop running until You're so exhausted, you can't even drag yourself. Okay, because this is when I told that joke, that got me free food and free alcohol for almost 2 weeks' time.
Yep. It is very much an undeniable fact that anybody who has met said women and also encountered English women will 100% agree with. It is an indefensible fact.
And another thing that got me free food and alcohol was I was when I told them what was going on and I started crying and they started getting iffy about it. Because you know how it is in England, and you start crying in public, and you're a dude.
Yeah,
They're like, "Oh shit!"
So, something's really fucking wrong here. Yeah,
And I said, "Stop it! It's long past time y'all retired the myth of the stiff British upper lip. Y'all just drink till you're numb. Why is it the smallest container you can buy alcohol in is the pint?" And this one guy started laughing his ass off. And he goes, "Yeah, you're right." And I'm like, these tears prove I'm still human, that I've not given up on life. That
you
yes,
want to know why the pint is the smallest container you can buy any kind of liquid in?
Why is that?
Because if you need to, you can use it to piss into and pour it on somebody else's head.
Oh, that's a good one.
that is the coping mechanism. I know it sounds like a dismissive whatever, but that is literally it. That is the coping mechanism. That is, you've drunk your sorrows away. Now you can piss in the glass and turn it up over somebody else's head. Basically, you've dealt with your misfortune. Now you passed it on to somebody else.
Yeah. You need to share that with Tony.
But like I said,
but that is the other side of the stiff upper lip. I agree. There are times where it has served us well, and there are other times where it has very much worked against us in many ways. But it is that undercurrent or the flip side of that attitude that is what you see as well. Is you drink the pain away and you pass the misfortune down the road. You're not aiming it at anybody. You're not directing it at anybody. It's just you've had your time with me. Out the fucking door you go.
Yep.
And again, that serves a purpose. That has served a purpose, and it is not perfect. There is no such thing as a perfect solution, but for the most part, it works. That's the only way to describe it. For the most part, it works.
See, my issue when it comes to relationships, used to be you worked your problems out. But we've gotten into a situation now where everybody, if it's broke, throw it away and get a new one.
Agreed.
And unfortunately, that's included people now. Why do you think the divorce rates are so fracking high? Because
that is most certainly not just a problem for the US or the problem for the UK. That is across the Western world. That any country that has even the remote, similar value system is in that current situation.
Yeah. And the majority of the times, I think it's like 90-something% of the time, the woman is the one that files for the divorce because, I feel invisible. I'm not happy. And not realizing the fact that the dude's out there working himself into an early grave to give her what she says she wants. And like with Emma, when she said she wanted something, I worked my butt off to get it for her. And it seemed like the more that we got, the less happy she was. I mean, she acted happy as all get out when we were homeless, and it was just me, her, and Jack, and little Zachary on the way. She seemed the happiest when we were struggling, and she was watching as I was filled up a notebook full of phone numbers trying to find people that could help us get off the street and be able to get back in, get our life back going back the way it was, because we were like on the short list for housing benefits. But the moment we ended up homeless, we got put at the back of the line. You would think it'd be the opposite, you know.
No,
But
probably the biggest issue with that, the NHS, the NDIS, all that, whatever situation, the UK and anywhere else, yeah, that attitude very much plays across.
and I was like, holy crap. But anyway, that's why I keep saying a father's love has to be selfless. I know there's times whenever you want to hold your son or your daughter in your arms and try to make everything better. But there are and be their hero. But sometimes you got to let the kid deal with their own problems and learn how to adapt and overcome them. That's the hard part about being a father is, do I let them deal with this on their own this time, or do I help them this time? And I had a very hard time with my dad, but I found out after the day he passed away, I found out one of the reasons why he was so distant with me when I was growing up, and why my grandmother, who never liked using profanity, always referred to John fucking Kerry as John fucking Kerry. And yeah, that story really ripped my guts out. And I'd always known that I was supposed to have a little brother whose name was going to be Roy Daniel, but I did not know the full story about why we didn't have my brother who was going to be Roy Daniel. So I was like, wow, okay. And learning that was heartbreaking.
As it would be for anybody.
Oh yeah. And so yeah, there's things in life that you've got to be careful about when it comes to your family and your kids, because even with you trying to do the right thing, you can still make a mistake. But you can't be afraid of making those mistakes. You've got to be willing to make a mistake, because showing how you overcome, oh shit, I made a mistake, I hurt somebody, and how you turn around and try to make it right, that sets an example. I mean, my dad very rarely, he whenever he made a really big mistake, he fessed up to it. That was one thing you have to give him. And that taught me a big lesson, you know, but he also taught me, look at what somebody's actions are instead of what they're saying. Because especially when it comes to love languages, some people's love language isn't the same as yours. So you've got to learn how to understand it. My love language is doing for others, helping take care of others, you know, but I'm also a very affectionate person. I give people hugs, and I've said this before at Con Carolinas one year. The actor from the original Dawn of the Dead was there, and he was watching me talking to all the people. And if somebody looked down, I'd give them a hug. Didn't care if it was a boy or a girl. I'm like, come on, you're here surrounded by people who love the same things you love.
Yeah. Well, what if you got to feel down about? Yeah.
Yeah. And he asked me, why do the women come up and give you hugs like that? Because they see I'm giving away free hugs. And by the end of the con, he was like, I'm going to start doing that, but I'm only going to do it with the girls. And I was like, cool. Just share the hugs and share the love, man. And it was great. And too many people in this world, you know, they don't see beyond themselves. And that to me is something that really breaks my heart, because we need to share more love, you know. And this world needs more love in it, and I just want more people to see that. And maybe if we just started seeing other people as humans again, the world would be a better place. Stop saying, oh, that person doesn't think like me, that means they're not human no more.
Mm.
The right, we have the opinion of the left that they're just misguided. But they actually think we're evil.
Which is gross.
Yeah. I mean, we're willing to talk to anybody about what we believe and why we believe it, but they don't even want to talk to us. That's why I keep telling everybody, share what you love. Talk about the things that you love in life. Show the world who you are. Show that you're not the monster that the media and the politicians keep accusing you of being. Make your humanity undeniable. And maybe, just maybe, you'll get through to some people. And we need to share the love more. This world needs a lot more love in it. But it's always needed more love in it. But being a historian and loving history, there's been certain times in human history where you have periods like this where you have people at each other's throats. And it's usually because somebody has manipulated it. And then you have to figure out who's doing the manipulation and point it out. Sometimes that works. Other times it doesn't. And it falls, and people can use that, hey, they're doing this and making us go at each other. Oh, you're just pointing the finger at them when it's you. That's why I say, show your humanity more. Be human. Show the things that you love. Help people in need. Don't walk around with the what was it again? Banging cymbals and drums, trying to draw attention to yourself. Just be yourself. And
I'm up shit creek with that because that's entirely very much myself. Is walking around banging the drum, waving the cymbal around. The joys of military family, my dude. It comes with the territory.
That's true. Hey, I still freak my family out by the fact I love listening to bagpipes.
Yeah, watching them sit there with a fucking hangover, trying to.
I'm sorry. Did you say something about liking bagpipes?
Yes, I love listening to bagpipe music. It's
you and my grandmother would get along rather well. Me personally, I can't stand. To me, bagpipes are the single most annoying thing in existence.
You uncultured swine.
Yeah.
Fun fact. Actually, 2 fun facts for you. Number 1, the bagpipes were invented in Scotland.
Yes.
And Scotland happens to be the murder capital of the world.
Yes. Coincidence? We think not.
Absolutely not. I believe around the time the bagpipe was invented was around the time the murder rate went up.
I will 100% agree with Ahmed on that one, yes.
But, I mean, he knew where I was going with that.
Yep. Yeah.
Because I love, like I said, I do. I enjoy the sound of bagpipes. It's just something that's always I've enjoyed. That it can calm me and relax me.
Yeah. There are some songs I will agree with Buckethead. There are some songs that after a while they really grate on the teeth, regardless of whether you like bagpipes or not. They really do grate on the teeth. There are other songs that, if they're played well, they're magical. They are glorious to listen to.
Mm-hmm.
But it's finding that equilibrium. It also comes down to the skill of the person playing. It really does. You can have people who play them, and it's like listening to nails on a chalkboard. But yet you have other people who play it, and you listen to it. It doesn't sound like bagpipes at all.
Mm-hmm. It's like one of my favorite songs of all time is AC/DC's Thunderstruck. That is one of my all-time favorite songs. I will listen to it on cello. I will listen to it on piano, and I really love listening to it on bagpipes.
I love those two fuckers on the cello. Those guys are awesome.
Yes. And
that is how you take a completely unrelated medium and make it into something else.
and
that is straight up glorious. It really is.
And I mean, it's Bad Piper. When because Bad Piper, that's his stage name, did Thunderstruck. And
the evil or the crazy bagpiper.
Yes.
The guy that gets flames out of his I know that guy.
Yes. It's awesome watching him just perform it. It's irreverent, it's punk, and it's fun. And but yeah, I just do. I really enjoy bagpipes. My granddad, he liked them because but it depended on what was being played a lot of times. He loved Amazing Grace on bagpipes. And we have had
that's very much one of those. It's either hit and miss. You'll either have somebody play it spectacularly, or you'll have some guy play it. You sit there and go, he plays one more fucking note, I'm going to shove that so far down his throat.
Yeah, it's you've got to be good enough to put that emotion of Amazing Grace into the bagpipes, and if you don't get it right, it's going to fall flat and it's going to piss people off. But we had I live in Waxhaw, which is just south of Charlotte, North Carolina. Okay, we've had two major battles fought in Waxhaw. There was the Battle of the Waxhaws during the American Revolution, where Andrew Jackson got his infamous scar that ran down the side of his face and almost left him unable to use his left arm. And there was a battle that was more of a skirmish during the American Civil War that was enough of a skirmish that it made Sherman go, oh shit, the army here in North Carolina is better equipped than we are. And better trained.
Well, shit.
And so a lot of people don't know this, that whenever he accepted the Confederate surrender here in the Carolinas, he literally told them all, just go home. You can take your shit and go home. Just go home. And when it got back up to Washington, he gave better terms than what that they gave at Appomattox for Lee's armies. They were like, that's not cool. You're in trouble now. And Sherman's like, you didn't see what I saw.
You didn't see what I saw, man. I've been around, man.
Because the state of North Carolina, Governor Vance, Zebulon Vance, he actually had made arrangements that the state of North Carolina would supply the units from North Carolina, and he took North Carolina. We only had a few factories and mills and stuff like that. At the end of the war, we had produced so much clothing, blankets, and all these other materials that they were still using the blankets and the clothes and things of this nature that we had made during the American Civil War to clothe and equip prisoners of war as well as regular soldiers. That was how many blankets and things of this nature that we had made during that short period of time, that 4-year period. And Zebulon Vance was known as Advance because he advanced the state. And the funny thing is, before the war started, he was doing a whistle stop tour of North Carolina trying to talk the North Carolinian people into not voting for secession. And at one of the stops, the reporter asked him, "Hey, have you heard what President Lincoln just is ordering North Carolina to assemble 3 regiments to march into South Carolina and put down the secessionists?" He says, "No, I did not hear that. Let me see that telegraph." And he read the telegraph, and he's like, "Oh, hell no!" And then he started saying, "It's time to vote for secession, boys, because our republic is about to turn into an empire. Because if you can't freely leave the republic, it ceases being a republic." And that was
valid argument. Yeah, I'll go with that.
And that was what caused him to become to support becoming the Confederacy. And that's why a lot of people keep stating that the Civil War wasn't fought over slavery, it was fought over states' rights, because there was a very big movement about it. And
yeah, I never fully could understand why that attitude has to be mutually exclusive. It has to be one or the other. Why can't it be both?
That's the thing, you know. There was a lot of people in the South who hated slavery and wanted it gone. And
they just didn't see a viable alternative to having it. Yeah. Before we get into this, just on the bagpipes thing, I've just dropped a YouTube link if you want to put it up on the screen, or if you just want to listen to it in your own time.
Right.
The difference of one particular culture that is very closely associated with another. It is a video of the bagpiper, I believe, is the drum sergeant major or the ex-drum sergeant major of the Edinburgh Tattoo, who's performing, and the Irish fella is one of the guys that is one of the Irish folk singers. I can't remember his name. Probably says in the description of the video.
Yeah,
but yeah, for people who dislike or aren't particularly fussed about bagpipe music, I defy them to listen to that and say it's bad.
Yeah, I'd share it right now if I could, but I'm not able to at the moment because of YouTube's being asshole and not letting me play my YouTube in my Google right now.
How annoying!
Yeah, it does. It pisses me off.
I can try and share it from my side if that'll help.
Yes, please do.
We'll give it a shot. No promises it will work. It will probably sound like garbage, but we'll give it a shot. Let's play it and make sure it doesn't decide that it's not going to go straight to the ad. That's a first. Prevent screen share screen. What was it? Share tab in it. Yes.
Yeah.
Share tab.
Yes, it popped up. There we go.
Are we currently looking at the yes?
Yes. There
we go. We'll try this one. Let me know if I need to turn it up.
All right. Yeah, turn it up some. It's quite jaunty.
Oh, they're just getting started. They're just getting warmed up, dude.
Cool. Okay, the one sitting down, that's the Irish bagpipes, ain't it?
It is. You're otherwise known as Cahalan pipes.
Yeah. Because I actually know somebody who played those back in the day, and it was pretty cool. And because we used to have the Highland Games here in Waxhaw on a regular basis, but we haven't had that in, oh boy.
As I said, they're just getting started, dude.
It's been like I think 15, maybe 16 years since the Highland Games came to Waxhaw,
Mm.
which sucked because whenever they would do the games, it would happen in our backyard. And whenever the war reenactors came and did the reenacting of the two battles of Waxhaw, it also happened in our backyard because our backyard literally there's my backyard's got 6.5 acres on it, and there's a tree line, and on the other side of the tree line is where the Museum of the Waxhaws is located. And before it was, there was also a amphitheater there that used a pond to amplify the sound, so they didn't have to use any electronics or anything, so you could hear the plays that they would perform there. And it would be and it was just amazing stuff that we used to have here that they don't do no more. All the yuppies came out of Charlotte to move down here and changed everything. But yeah,
as I say, I defy anybody who listens to that and whatever. And
it's what people don't get is the fact that music, it touches the soul, and there's so many different things you can use. There's a couple of Australian instruments that I really enjoy listening to, like I think it's the didgeridoo, where it sounds like rain when you're twisting.
No, that's the bull roarer.
Ah,
that's a piece of water on the end of a string. They spin it around.
Ah, okay.
The didgeridoo is the big one that only makes one sound.
What makes one note. Thanks for coming. Wah! Thanks for coming. Wah! Very much. Yeah. Yes, you've seen that too. That is very much our attitude as well. So, shut the fuck up! See, you're annoyed by bagpipes, Buckethead. We're fucking annoyed by didgeridoos.
I can understand didgeridoos. That is a completely viable excuse.
But like I said, it's music. Music touches our souls, and hi, America.
Touch anything else, as long as it doesn't touch anything else.
Well, we started out. Okay, this is a fireside chat. We started talking about the new Switch supposedly not being able to be hacked, and well, they hacked it within a couple of a short period of time, and then we talked about an inspiration that Buckethead had, or Jivaro, who just talked to you now. Warevo, okay.
Warevo.
And then we started touching on a few other things. And
don't be doing what File 13 does. Don't deliberately butcher my name in a deliberate attempt to piss me off.
Oh, no. Hey, you know me. I can't even pronounce English, okay?
I only know 2 languages, English and bad English.
But we're talking about pretty much anything of interest at the moment. That's the part of a fireside chat. If there's a subject you'd like to talk about, bring it up. The chat is more than welcome to bring us subjects, because I want my channel to be an open forum to where we talk about what interests us, get conflicting ideas to where we can talk about it with respect and tolerance on both sides of the aisle, because it's the only way we're going to be able to bridge the gap that's between everybody right now. And as I've said before, this world needs a lot more love in it. And that's why I'm doing my channel, is to try to talk about the stuff we love, be it role-playing games, video games, uh, novels, TV shows, movies, cartoons, comic books. All these things are going to be touched on my channel. I have an open door policy. Anybody who would like to come on my channel and talk about the things that they love, I'm more than willing to do it as long as it's family friendly and won't get me kicked off of YouTube.
Okay. No asking if he's freshly shorn his nutsack neither.
Yeah, we don't want to get in trouble for that. Yeah. Though that is a requirement, I've been told by Dr. Evil to get his doctorate in evil. So, but
yes, I do believe I made it very clear. Do not talk about the fleshly shorn scrotum.
But is it like Fight Club? We don't talk about it.
yeah.
We do not talk about the shaving of the balls now.
But yes, I'm glad you stopped in. I hope can have fun during the rewatch. Like I said, we're just talking about current event stuff. I was thinking about maybe talking a little bit about the LA riots and how stupid that is. I mean, when you've got politicians who constantly talk this stuff up and are literally begging somebody to do this stuff and then try to blame the other party for it, it really drives me nuts because that's not smart, you know? I mean, it's like Maxine Waters, that crazy woman. Every time you turn around, you're hearing where she's talking about calling for, if they're at the gasoline station, they're at the restaurant, cause problems, you know. And I'm like,
was that your black woman voice?
no, I'm just trying to get the right pitch that she was using. Because she literally was being.
You keep that shit. You keep that shit up. You're gonna bring out Uncle Rufus out here.
She was literally calling for violence and stuff, you know. And whenever I'm sorry, if a politician calls for violence and things of this nature, they're breaking the law, you know, and they need to be called out for it and need to be punished for it, because until they get punished for that stuff, you know, that it's going to keep happening. And right before the American Civil War, there was a case happened where the guy was speaking out against slavery in the well there in Congress, and one of the Southern, I don't remember if it was a representative or a senator, heard about it, got super pissed off, took his walking stick, went in there and beat the guy that was speaking out against slavery nearly to death. The dude never fully recovered from it. And the difference is, if you can say almost anything. Well, actually, you can say anything from the well of the House or the floor of the House or the well of the Senate and not worried about being prosecuted for it, because we saw that happen with Robert Byrd. Or no, it wasn't Robert Byrd. It was the other old dude from Las Vegas, I think, that supposedly he beat himself up with his stretchy thingies for his workouts. But he basically was saying all this really horrible stuff about Mitt Romney when Mitt Romney was running for president, and it was all lies. And the person that was questioning him about it said, "But it was all not true. Do you feel bad about saying these lies and stuff?" And he's like, "Mitt Romney didn't get elected, now did he?" You know, when you're lying through your teeth and you knowingly lie through your teeth like that, I'm sorry, I don't care if you need to go to jail when you're in that type of a position,
or at the very least punished in some way. Yes.
Look at Adam Schiff, you know, Shifty Shit of Adam Schiff, who somehow was able to convince the Californians to promote him from the House of Representatives to the Senate after Feinstein died. This dude lied so blatantly obvious, and somehow people believed him. And even after all the proof came out proving every word he said about the Russian collusion delusion was pure bunk made up lies that was made up by the Hillary Clinton campaign, even when the campaign themselves said, yeah, we made it all up, he still was, and to this day, he still repeats it. And nobody holds him accountable for it. He was saying, oh, because of my security clearance, I can attest that this is all true. I'm sorry. That right there? No.
Yeah, bullshit, motherfucker. Bullshit.
You know, I'm sorry. It's one of those cut and dry things where when you're abusing the trust of the American people like that, and politicians need to be punished when they do shit like this, because we've not punished them, is why we're getting this stuff to this day. You've got politicians out there screaming and calling for insurrection in the streets. I mean, Nancy Pelosi was saying, I don't understand why we don't have insurrections in the streets right now during the first Trump administration. And I'm like, are you calling for violence? This is how you call for violence. And even when people try,
you want ants? Because this is how you get ants.
I mean, even right after, you know, they kept pushing it, saying that Trump was this monster, that he was going to end democracy and all this stuff. Literally all but holding up a sign, please, somebody kill this man. And somebody takes a shot at him and takes a chunk out of his ear. They were blaming Trump for the assassination attempt made on him, while these politicians and these talking heads were calling for somebody to take action, which by very definition, by what the Supreme Court has said, is not protected by the First Amendment. If you're calling for direct action like that, if you're calling for violence to happen, you're breaking the law. That's not covered by freedom of speech. And it frustrates me that as a society, we've allowed this to continue to a point to where if you do enforce the law, you've got entire groups of people out there that be sitting there going, oh, they're oppressing us, not allowing us to have freedom of speech. Then they start yelling, well, you can't scream fire in a crowded room. Yes, you can scream fire in a crowded room if there's a fire. That's the difference. Calling out somebody that's calling for violence and getting away with it because they have either political power and authority, or they're an influencer that has supposed influence on groups of people. That's where I draw the line. I can't stand that.
It is very much a statement that I heard a while ago that really does explain a lot of what's happened in the US across the board, not just currently, but also across the board, even into the Nixon era, and moving forward from there.
Yeah,
it has always been the same old attitude of you're more likely to convince someone of a finely crafted or a well-crafted lie than you ever will of the truth. Because the truth more often than not sounds worse than what your lie is. It doesn't matter what the lie is; it's easy to convince them of the lie if the truth sounds worse.
Yeah, and
no matter how hard you try to prove the other way around, they will quite happily go for the lie rather than believe the truth.
Yeah, it's Mark Twain was talking about that. That
I love what his statement about prohibition was. That was very valid as well.
Mm-hmm.
The absolute shall. No greater harm has ever been done than the demand for the absolute shall.
Well, I saw this on Reddit where somebody had on Reddit asked the question, why do conservatives keep saying that if the law was passed that outlawed guns, that there would immediately be an illegal underground black market on selling guns and ammo. And the answer was so beautifully done. The United States has tried this twice already. Prohibition created the mafia.
Yep.
And the war on drugs created the cartels, both of which were underground black markets that were all about supplying people with what they wanted that had just been made illegal. And ta-da, and outlawing guns ain't going to stop people from killing each other. Look at England today. Look at the countries where they keep outlawing stuff. People are still killing people. You're not going to stop people from killing people until you deal with what's the root cause of it, and that's the human heart.
It's the human element. It always fucking is.
Yes. An inanimate object cannot hurt you or save you unless someone is using it. It's a tool. And nothing more. I could take a fully locked and loaded, ready to rock and roll M2 heavy machine gun, 50 cal, set it on my front porch and just leave it there and have children playing in the yard. As long as nobody touches that damn gun, nobody's getting shot. Big difference. And that's the part that no one's really looking at. That's
the other quote that I'm talking about that really does encapsulate that. There is no greater need for reform than other people's habits. Fanatics will never understand that, even if it's written in gold across the sky. It is the prohibition of anything that makes anything precious.
Yep. And it's like diamonds. I mean, diamonds are more common than people realize. When I was in Africa, I actually saw diamonds on the ground that you could just easily pick up and put in your pocket and walk away with. And the only reason why they're so expensive is you've got certain families that have control over how much gets released every year. And thus that causes the price to go up. It's the whole supply and demand issue. If you've got a high demand for something that there's only a very small amount of, the price is going to go up.
It's why they threw the fucking hissy fit over the Saudi Arabians recently, because they just decided to completely dump about 10 years worth of stock of oil onto the market immediately. That drove the entire oil price down.
Exactly. When there's more oil out, the gas prices go down. When there's less oil out, the gas prices go up. That's one of the reasons why when the Biden administration killed the XL pipeline, it affected our gas prices. It affected gas prices and oil prices over the all around the planet, because that oil wasn't getting out. And I had this discussion with Nadine because she didn't understand it. And I had to break it down into something so flipping simple that she could. If there's more of a product out there, the price goes down. But if there's less of the product but higher demand, the price goes up. That's the issue with oil. Even though that oil wasn't going to be coming to the United States to go into our market, it was going into the other markets, which caused enough oil to be out there to cause the price of oil to go down around the world and here, which meant our gas prices became cheaper. And these are just simple little things. I mean, I think one of the biggest reasons why we're in the mess that we're in right now is the education system. It really is, because we're not teaching kids today the basics that we got taught when we were in school. I know, talking with my nephew about it, there's stuff that they didn't teach him that I got taught when I went to high school. Heck, there's a 10-year age gap between me and Laura Jane, his mother. Okay. There was stuff they taught me in high school they didn't teach her. And I'm like, what the hell, And it was just basic stuff. I mean, like in home economics, how to balance your checkbook. They don't teach that stuff in school no more. They don't teach you how to manage your home finances or how to make sure that you're not overspending or any of this stuff. And it's like they're focusing on in incons. Uh, I hate having brain damage. I know the word I want to say, but I can't say it. Inconsequential stuff that is fluff, not as important as the reading, the writing, and the arithmetic and your history, you know?
Mm.
So, yeah, I think that if they was to fix the education system.
You only need to see Rodney Dangerfield, that scene of him when he goes back to college, and look how long that, or when that movie came out, that made that point entirely well. They're teaching them, we want to teach you how to run a business, and we want to teach them economics. He sat there telling them the actual realities of what it takes to run a business in society, i.e. American society, that it requires. You've got to pay off unions, or you've got to be in bed with unions. You've got to pay off the mafia in some cases. And you can't get into particular types of industry because, quite simply put, there are other countries or other markets out there, i.e. the Chinese or the Japanese, that will just hand you your ass before you even start.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not, that's propaganda. That's just, you just don't want to try it. No, it is a simple fact. There are just some places or some markets out there that just, they have the advantage. Why? Because they have an entire workforce dedicated to doing this. It doesn't matter how well and how whatever you plan it, it's not going to work.
Exactly. And it frustrates me that I know some highly educated people in my life that I used to have debates with all the time, and they kept asking me how I knew so much, and they would be testing me with their little the little artificial brain thing, Googling everything I was saying and going, "Holy shit, that's right. Holy shit, that's right." And they had PhDs and doctorates and all this other high mucky muck stuff, and I was blowing them away with the knowledge that's in this damaged skull of mine. And they're like, "Where did you get your degrees?" And I'm like, "I haven't been able to get a degree yet." Because every time
I don't have a fucking degree. I learned basically from not being an idiot, which is
fact, I love to read. They said, "How do you know so much?" I like to read. But the 2 times I went to college, both times before I could graduate, I ended up having to drop out. The first time was because my father would not leave me the hell alone. He kept saying, "You need to get a job. You need to get a job. You need to get a job." Not saying that me going to college and getting perfect scores on everything I was doing was my job. And so I had to drop out of school and take the job as a cashier at a convenience store. And I worked my way up to basically the manager of the store in the 5 years I worked there. And oh God, the stress of messing with other people's money drove me insane, because I hate messing with other people's money because I'm afraid I'm going to screw something up and cost them a lot of money. And
which is why I have the utmost sympathy for accountants, really.
Yes. Believe it or not, the VA wanted me to, when they paid for my second time in college, they were actually saying, "Hey, why don't you become an accountant?" And I'm like, "No, I do not want to have to deal with other people's money. That the stress that put me through was so bad. I still haven't fully recovered from it. And at that point, it had been over 10 years since I'd done it. And so they sent me to school for medical office administrator. And the VA was going to give me a job at the London embassy, coordinating VA operations for making sure that the veterans that were living in the UK would be able to get their medical care from the military bases that were in England and I think it's northern Germany. And that was going to be my job. And they were going to provide me a house for me and my family and a driver if I asked for it. And I was like, "You mean somebody would drive me around and I wouldn't have to drive no more?" And I was like, Yeah.
Hmm.
Where's the papers so I can sign? And I did. I signed all the paperwork right then and there. And Emma was sitting there going, I've never seen you sign more papers in such a short period of time over that one. And
Well, let's be fair. There's very few jobs out there that would offer you that. You know, even in today's whatever, you know, rarely would you find a job that would pay you well enough to to live, but also would offer you perks like that. You know,
yeah,
you wouldn't get perks work like that working for the fucking BBC at this point.
yeah. And me, I didn't. I could drive. I could drive. I knew how to drive. I was okay at it. I just didn't like driving because I hated the fact that I had that feeling. If I screw something up, somebody's going to get hurt. You know, and you've known me for what, a couple of months now. What's one of my biggest fears is hurting somebody. And you can ask Buckethead, you know, he's known me longer.
Yep.
What is one of those things that I'm terrified of doing? By action or inaction or by accident, hurting somebody's feelings or actually hurting their bodies, you know? That's why I keep saying you can't give offense, you can only take it. And that's how I've been trying to get myself to where I'm more able to speak my mind, but I also try to speak my mind in a way that's not confrontational. It's not going to be as offensive. And like I said, the way I want this channel to be is talking about stuff that we love, find common ground, get back to where we used to be, where pop culture brought people of all walks of life and all paths that they would walk together by something that they all loved, and be able to see each other as the human beings that they are. And when Buckethead was telling me about his inspiration, you know, and what happened to him and how much that hurt him, I was like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. And now that hearing that he's back but he's over on Twitch now, I don't do Twitch because or TikTok or anything like that, because that's very short time formats.
Well, TikTok is short form. Twitch is extremely long form. It can go for several hours.
Isn't it also video games mostly?
It is very much in the same vein as what Rumble is. You know, if you've sort of had a good look at what Rumble is doing, Rumble essentially is what Twitch used to be. As a lot of their sort of content presentation or whatever, they're very much their attitude of we don't care what you put on the channel as long as you don't go into outright porn or outright absolute stuff if you did in public you get arrested for, effectively. That's probably the best way to describe it.
Wasn't Twitch the one where they had the e-thoughts that were like wearing next to nothing or wearing nothing and doing sexual things?
That was what a lot of the criticism for Amaranth and ones like that were.
Yeah.
Yes. They were very much taking major advantage of that attitude of, oh, we've already made it, so we're just going to do what we fucking well like.
Yeah. Because I'm like, wait a minute. Kids can see that stuff. It's like on YouTube where you've got the dick or dildo games that's open for children to be able to see.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait, that's real? Oh, yeah, it's real. And I'm like, oh, God, that's messed up.
But one thing about Twitch versus YouTube, where on YouTube you can't like smoke weed or toke ganja or anything like that. Like you can drink, but it has to be like I think there are certain like rules or something. But on Twitch, you can smoke weed as long as it is legal in the state that you are living in.
Yep.
That's why
It's how say channels like Jolly or the Cotton Connection can sort of skirt round that because they're technically doing it, but you don't see it. If you've seen when Puff and stuff and everyone like that is where they're always off screen and all we can hear is a but it's all off screen.
Yeah.
You know it's happening, you just can't see it. So yeah, that's a sort of the plausible deniability clause, I think it's referred to as.
Yeah, to me, I look at it. I like people, and there's some jokes that I know that for some people that they just don't go over as well. I know, what was the name of the joke? The guy, his son got upset with him about some bullshit he was doing, and the kid goes, "Okie dokie," and took his airsoft pistol and acted like he was going to go and pop a cap in his daddy's butt. And they threw the kid off YouTube. And
this one doesn't sound familiar to me, but I do recall something similar to one of the streamers. This absolute fucking dumbass decided he was going to try and threaten and intimidate this guy, and that was his defense. It wasn't a real gun; it was an airsoft gun, and that defense lasted for about 5 seconds because all they did was go, "Hang on, this is your gun. This is the gun we see on screen. This is the same gun."
Yeah,
you've got no legal defense here, pal.
Yeah, I mean, I look at, I've seen so many people out there that they don't seem to take the jokes as jokes. They think you're being serious, even though whenever you are out there trying to be humorous, and you can. That's why I say you can't give offense; you can only take offense, because unless the person is purposely being astute and trying to be offensive, there's a difference. It's because there is comedy out there that the majority of people don't find offensive, that some people will find offensive. I mean, like we were talking earlier about Peter Dinklage and Brad Williams, the difference between the two. And Brad Williams going off on Peter Dinklage about pulling up. Hey, Ruff, it's great to see you.
Yeah, the fact that he's even one of someone who's in the same, same situation, or in career situation that Dinklage is in, even he's standing there going, seriously, dude. At the very least, the majority of what Dinklage is complaining about is complete bullshit. The fact that someone who's in the exact same situation he is, either career-wise or just personal-wise, and he's standing there going, "Yeah, no, that's not how that shit works. No, that's not how things are." Which one do you give more of the credibility to, or which one do you at least give more credibility to than the other? I'm prepared to say, okay, yeah, it probably sucks for a little person or a dwarf actor who's in that situation.
Well, when it came to Dinklage, what upset me was it was like he was pulling the ladder up behind him after he made it
very
big.
much. I pull up the ladder. I'm all right, Jack. Yeah,
because I mean the whole thing. There's so few roles that are automatically something that they could just run straight to and get their leg up and get into the industry and show their acting chops. And it's one of the things. Okay, I like Johnny Depp. I like his movies, but the one thing I didn't like about when he did the Willy Wonka movie that he did was how they had the one dude that was all of the Oompa Loompas.
I can see the argument for that. I will not knock Deep Roy. Deep Roy is a fucking legend across the board. But I can understand the criticism people had about that. It's like for the guy that you had that did all this other shit in his time, and you basically just got him to do the one person. Yeah, you just so you could save having other people do it.
Yeah,
It kind of sucks. It kind of sucks when you think about it.
and I mean, yeah, it saved them money when it came to paying for an actor, but they ended up spending that same amount of money with special effects. Having to do it all digital. But yeah, I mean, we're getting to a point in where all you need is a motion capture actor, and you can put anybody on top of that motion capture now. And you've got AI that's advanced to a point to where you can change somebody's voice with a device that will make them sound like somebody else. You can even make a dude sound like a girl. And I can't remember who it was talking about. It's one of the reasons why they don't like VTubers was the fact, if it looks like it sounds like a girl, it's a dude using all these filters and stuff. And I'm like, wow, okay. And
yeah, that is unfortunate a situation that yes, that does exist, but to blame, once again, here we are, exactly where our real problems are. To blame the majority for the crimes of the minority, fuck off. Get out of my face. Don't.
And like I said, I take everybody as an individual first. I don't see somebody by what they are, but who they are. And I think it's one of the reasons why I love people so much. And
you'd be one of the few.
Well,
in my overall opinion, people suck.
Yeah, but that falls back into that grouping everybody up in one group or another.
It's just what I've experienced going across all walks of life and all whatever manner of people encountered. Just that the general conclusion is most people suck.
Yeah,
there's no other way around it.
True, but like I said, I try my best to see people for who they are, not what they are, and I think that when Peter Dinklage did that stuff, that really threw monkey wrenches into a whole lot of people's lives. I mean, Brad Williams, when he was talking about it, they actually had a whole bunch of other little person. I am an AI.
Okay, that one was good.
Rafe,
I like that.
Rafi is one of my friends off of one of the BattleTech forum, Discord forums. I
got the reference. That's why I was laughing.
And she's awesome. I love talking with her because she's got a sense of humor that's so much like mine. It's not even funny. And unfortunately, she's already taken, so it broke my little heart into 1,000 little pieces.
Shit.
And but yeah, she even looks. Whenever we start talking about how much I love Thunderbolts, she talks about how much she loves the Warhammers, and it's fun. She anybody who's into BattleTech's awesome. I love the lore. I love reading the books. She was one of the first people when I was talking about the fact that they had same-sex marriage being in the lore all the way back in the 80s, and like I said, all these people trying to push modern stuff and
into crap that shouldn't be there.
Yeah, especially something that's like 1,000 years into the future, where this stuff has already been worked out. Let's see. I am a horrible housewife. I am barely house trained. If it wasn't for the lingerie.
I like this chick already. Holy shit.
But hey, she doesn't. She wouldn't have to worry with me because I do all the cooking. Because I love to cook. You know, it's one of those things. I just love to cook. Though she'd probably get tired of having to come and taste my whatever my latest experiment was. It's like
I'm glad you chose to finish that statement because I was very much about to hit you with a phrasing.
very much so, because we got into the phrasing thing last night when somebody was talking about that there's a new way of playing BattleTech to where you can play solo games.
Oh God!
And this guy was sitting there saying he can't wait to play with himself, and I'm like going phrasing. We don't need to hear about that part.
What you do in your spare time is your business, sir. And in your spare time, it shall stay.
Hey, Wes Cagle, how you doing, Bubba?
Oh, the prick's even here.
Hey, Wes Cagle, how you doing, man?
If you guys want to jump into the panel, y'all are more than welcome to. It doesn't bother me. We're just having fun and just shooting this shit right now.
No fucking horse, Cagle! No fucking horse!
Unless it's Ginger Horse, then it's okay.
Yeah, true. No, not even the Ginger Horse. No Ginger Horse.
Hey, Ginger Wolf. I will say yes to anything she wants to do because
no. Ginger Wolf, fine. Yes, no Ginger Horse. Ginger Wolf, fine. No Ginger Horse. I do not want horse disease, sir. Thank you very much.
Hey, if she bit you and turned you into a werehorse, you would be happy. Because
I would not. Because I would not. Because going by the size comparison, even though horses do have massive dongs, in comparison to horse body shape versus dong size, they actually have smaller percentage dongs than most people do. So it actually lose a dong size. So no, I do not want to be a werehorse, sir. I do not want to be a werehorse.
Sorry, guys. We're getting in the crude territory.
So we're just done with phrasing, right?
Fuck it. Why not?
Yeah, Beast landed Bell.
I love that. I love that image that comes up. Where he stood there dancing with it. Let's not forget that Bell was quite happy to ride Bleak's stick as is.
Well, have fun, Wes Cagle, and let Dad Man know I said hi. Remember, you all have an open invite. There's always an open chair on any of the panels I'm doing whenever we're doing these things. That goes triple for Rafe. And
if Wes Cagle was going to come on anywhere, he has to do his fucking Bucky from Broadwalk Empire impersonations. Because he sounds like fucking Steve Buscemi anyway.
I like that. Rafe says, just trim the forest. Yeah, I do that.
Are we going to mention the fact that we've seen?
But yeah, like I said, the world would be a lot better if we would just talk to each other again, like it used to be. And I miss the days of being able to go out and do stuff. One of the worst things about being a cripple who's no longer allowed to drive is the fact I have to rely on other people to take me places. And I miss going to the bar just to sit and people watch and talk to people and meet new people. It was fun. And that's why I like people so much, was the fact that I would be able to go out and do stuff like that and get into conversations with just total strangers and just talk about whatever was going on in the day, or talking about comic books, or talking about movies or TV shows or role-playing games. You will not believe the fact that there was this one, went to a strip club, and I was sitting there with my sketchbook sketching the girls that were as they were dancing. And once they realized I was there sketching them, you know, I they were buying me drinks. Let that sink in. I had strippers buying me drinks because I was drawing them, and then I would give them the picture I just drew.
Yeah,
And
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I know it was in no way intended that that's where you were going with that, but that sounded suspect as all hell. I'm not gonna lie.
it was wild. But I would sit and I would have conversations with these girls. And one of the there's a that I don't even know if it's still open, but it was down in Rock Hill, which is just across the state line from where I'm at. And it was a very nice strip club. It was right across the street from the college. And like 2/3 of the girls that worked there were going to the college and trying to make extra money.
Mm.
And they saw my artwork. And well, I was sitting there and just drawing and trying to relax. My ex fiance, who I was with at the time, she was experimenting with that as being bisexual at the time. So I was there for her. And once the ladies there found out, I was there to support her, they were like, "Oh wow!" And then they saw me drawing, and they were like, "Oh shit, that's even more awesome." And they were. I ended up becoming really good friends with them. And when Jerry broke me for the last time, and I had to go all the way to Phoenix, Arizona to get counseling for domestic abuse. And I let them know that I was having to go get the help. And when they found out that what she had done, oh God, they got really upset. And right before I had left, she had showed up with the dude she tossed me away for, the same dude that got her into drugs and prostitution. None of the dancers would dance for her.
Wolf.
And the waitresses that were supposed to be coming in and asking, "Would you like drinks?" and things of this nature, would not talk to her. And in fact, it was the first time she ever had to. The two of them had to actually pay the cover charge to get in. Because after the first time we went there and made friends with everybody, we were told we didn't have to pay no more. And there was a couple of dancers that were having issues with doing the pole dancing, and I actually brought cushions from home and set it up around it, and was helping them do their practices so they could do it with confidence and not be afraid of falling and breaking their neck. And I was helping them. And the guys that owned the place, it was a man and a woman, and when they saw how I was acting, they're like, "You're not trying to grab their butts while you're doing that," because they saw where I was keeping my hands was where the most of the weight would come down at. And they said, you've got club membership here for the rest of your life because you're an honest person and you're a good person. And the funny thing is, the bartender, she was a lesbian chick, and she says, most guys would not have been as supportive of their fiance as you have been, because they would have been intimidated. And I'm like, when you love somebody, you're willing to do a lot of stuff for them. And
there is a line, though. Let's be fair. There is a line where you go, okay, they want to do this X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
Where do you draw the line of?
Yeah,
I'm being supportive versus I'm just being played for a sucker here. I think that's where a lot of guys sort of
butt stuff, right? That's where I drew the line.
No guy wants to be pegged. I'm sorry, there is no guy in this world that will readily accept being pegged.
Rafe says this is good.
Out of the
Scrubby,
backdoor
out of the
playboy.
Hey, I'm not Bri. Okay, be it Stelter or Young, I'm not Bri. That's an inside joke on the servers because there's a.
If you're happy for me to turn you into a fucking puppet where I jam my fist up there, go right ahead.
It's not that deep, bro.
Wow.
Tish.
Yes.
Tish.
But like I said, I did so much, and she beat the living shit out of me, and it did a number on me. And but I made I like making I like making friends. I like talking to people, and whenever I could drive and do stuff and go off on my own and do that, a lot of the times I would only have to buy like maybe 1 or 2 drinks and something to eat, and end up getting to talking to people, and then other people would be buying the drinks. I'm going to buy this round, boom, and odds were, when it came my turn to pay, I'd be like, okay, let me see how much you got. No, put your money away. And my family did not believe whenever I went to conventions and I came home with a whole bunch of stuff. They're like, oh, I did not know you had that much money to spend. I'm like, no, they gave it to me. And they were like, yeah, right. And then my parents asked me to escort my baby sister to a convention because there was this creepy guy that was stalking her at the convention. So I went with her to the convention, and we stayed right side by side the whole time to keep the dude that was stalking her away from her. And we come back from the convention, and Rebecca was like going, you know how we kept saying that he was buying that stuff and just saying people were giving it to him? Yeah. They were giving it.
They were actually giving it to him. Yeah.
Yeah. And she's like, see this poster? And she held up a poster of her favorite character, the Flash, and said, see this? The artist signed it. Usually sells something like that for a couple $100. Gave it to me for free because of my brother. And it was great. It was great. And but yeah, when you treat people with kindness and love, man, they can't help but to treat you good.
she is very much the one you sit there with the bonk stick every time something's going somewhere in the conversation. You have to stop and whack it with the bonk stick before you continue on.
No.
Go to horny jail, bonk.
Actually, in the server, she's the one who wields the bonk stick, the horny stick, the bonking with the horny stick. She's the one that wields it over on the server. Shit.
She's gonna hate me then.
But yeah, but like I said, it's fun. When you're having fun, you can't help but connect on that level. And whenever you're able to do that with others, it makes the world a better place. And that's why I want this channel. That's what I want this channel to become. I've got open invites to talk about BattleTech at any time over on the server. I've got several people who said they'd like to do it. They just don't have the time. Let's see. I know Hellkite wants to come in. I've offered Rafe multiple times. I've talked with Professor Haiti to come on, and we've actually had a couple of conversations on his channel. PG-13 mostly, yeah. As long
put
as
an asterisk. Put an asterisk next to that, Richard.
Yes. Because there are times whenever I forget myself and I make statements like, this sucks in the bad way, and then somebody usually says, oh, there's a good way for something to suck, and I say, yes, think about it for a second. Now get out of my gutter. It's too crowded down here.
You're the bum on the subway on Hey Arnold. Get out of my house.
But yes, that's where that joke of this bites in the bad way or this sucks in the bad way, you know. And I had a friend of mine. I honestly thought he knew that was part of the joke because he was always making that. Wait, there's a good way for something to suck, or and I'm like, yes. Think about it for a second. And then what he did, he was like, oh no, and he thought I was making fun of him, and I thought he was in on the joke. That's why I say you can't give offense; you can only take it. And even after I explained it to him, I thought you got the jokes, but he just didn't get it. He thought I was making fun of him when I wasn't.
You fool!
And but yeah, I mean, when we talk about these things, it's like I get one of the first things I do when I wake up. You can buy a fence too.
You start singing. I'm going to throw something at you.
Okay. But
when I wake up,
one of the first things I do when I wake up in the mornings is I go and I check my messages to see if anybody's messaged me, especially see if Zachary sent me anything. Then I check the server that I'm on with to Rafe and everybody to see if anybody said anything to me or anything, and see what today's discussions are going to be. And I
which part of the gutter you have to find yourself in today?
Yeah.
Right?
Then I go also over to where Tony's his server, check it out, and see what's been posted for what videos is going to get done today. Buckethead, he sends me his messages of whenever he's posting for his videos, and I try to get everybody caught up by the time I'm fully awake, so I can then take my next set of meds and get my day going. And since I've been
on this episode of In the Day of Richard A. Spake,
because
sorry, I couldn't resist.
Like I told Tony, my life could be considered quite drama ridden, and if it was a soap opera, it'd be called "And the Redneck Rolled Over."
No.
But like I said, I don't have anything to hide, so I don't hide stuff, and I've always believed honesty is the best policy because it's hard as hell to remember a lie, especially when you're like me with brain damage. It's hard to keep shit straight, so it's best just to tell the truth. And
hey, phrasing.
But yeah, I mean, one of my favorite things, whenever I'm meeting new people, is I learn so much about how the mind works. It's also part of whenever I'm drawing and I meet new people, I draw their faces and it.
Buckethead, you fuck. I'm sorry, that's pretty good. I'm gonna give to that's pretty good. Okay, that's just straight up fucked. It's right, but it's straight up fucked.
I mean, she's not wrong.
No, she's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not wrong, but straight up fucked.
Yeah.
God damn.
But yeah, yeah, life can be so amazing, and I just it makes me think about how good things can be. But even the one good thing about the issues that I've had with the VA, and I've got to meet some really really nice people in the past month. Uh, the nutritionist that I met, that they set me up with, she's really great. She's totally understanding, and she was looking at my logbook, how I keep. I'm logging all this stuff that I'm having to do, and she's like, she was impressed by the fact that I'm keeping track of the numbers and trying to make sure that what my blood sugar levels are. I'm keeping track of my blood pressure, my pulse, and my weight. And she was looking at the numbers, and she's like, "These are awesome numbers. We should be able to help get you to where you're not in the diabetic category before the end of the year." And which would be great, because I'm getting tired of sticking myself all the time to test my blood sugar, having to take, even though it's only once a day, I'm taking insulin once a day. That shit sucks. God, I hate.
I fully understand and sympathize.
Because I actually do have I've already shared this with Shrubby, because I shared him a video that somebody sent me about this weird brown snake that's a real son of a bitch there that lives in Australia.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I've always wanted to go to Australia until I found out just how many snakes are in Australia and how many of them can kill you. And I'm like,
yep. 12 deadly snakes in the world, 11 of them are in fucking Australia.
yes. And I'm like, oh shit. And the funny thing is, while I was in the Navy, all my buddies was like going, we got to get him to Australia, and then throw a knife in and let the women fight for him.
Yeah.
And I was like, why? Because you're so nice that they would fight for you. And I'm like, they would?
Yeah. Do you realize how rare it is to have someone from America that comes across here that isn't a gigantic fucking douchebag?
Rafe says that Australia isn't real.
Australia is just Florida on a larger scale.
No, I still stand by what I heard the other day. The best description of Australia: we are British Texans. I thought that is so fucking accurate. It hurts. Because there are parts of Texas that have swamp. There's plenty of desert in Texas. There's a lot of shit that wants to kill you in Texas. Whether you like it or not, that's exactly how it is.
Whatever.
Yeah.
The joke is that everything is bigger in Texas.
Yeah.
Now, Florida, whatever Texas has, Florida has in triplicate.
Fair.
Yes. My thing with Florida is, if you spit on the ground, within 2 seconds, an alligator's going to pop out of that spit.
Yep, that's pretty accurate.
And I'm like, yeah, I'm not too big on alligators, and I'm not too big on crocodiles, but I really can't handle snakes.
Yeah,
And
Ohio's not real anyway, so you can't say whether we're real or not. Beach.
But like I said, it's wild, and oh man, that was one aggressive snake, and I'm like, oh no,
Yeah, you think that's the worst one? That is not the worst one. you want to see a pissed off snake, piss off a red belly or a yellow belly. You want to see pissed off snake?
Oh man. Well, I know the Krat's the one that scares me big time, because that's got some really vicious venom. In fact, I based a super villain on the Krat. But anyway, but yeah, they kept saying that if I ever went to Australia, I'd probably end up having like 4 or 5 women go, "We will share him," and I'm like, "What?" And they're like, "Yeah,
yeah, it's it is an unwritten rule that if you come to Australia with a douchebag attitude, you won't get shit. No woman will talk to you.
And me being a nice person, they were like, "Yeah, you'd be set for life, dude." The women would pass you around like a pack of cigarettes in prison, and I'm
I
like,
probably
"Is that good or
would be
bad?"
too. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm like, okay, and but yeah, I always wanted to go to Australia because one of my favorite books was set in Australia, and it just was something I'd always wanted to do. The three A's that I wanted to visit while I was in the Navy was Australia, Alaska, and Antarctica. And Alaska
Antarctica is somewhere I've wanted to go.
The biggest reason why I wanted to go to Alaska and Antarctica was it was nice and it was cold. And I can't handle the heat, and especially now I can't handle heat that well. Oh, she said they can't be that bad if they roll over and you identify them by their little bellies. Yeah, but that's a snake, man. When I see snakes, I'm like, no.
Yeah, you can identify whether it's an alligator or a croc by the fringe on the hind leg. That doesn't make any less dangerous.
Yeah. Well, crocodiles, depending on if it's a freshwater or a saltwater, that doesn't matter to me. It's a crocodile. I'd want to run.
Yeah. It doesn't matter anyway, whether saltwater or freshwater. Croc's going to fucking kill you. There is no distinction between the two.
Yeah, and I mean, when it comes to, it's like Australians being classified as British Texans. One of my favorite countries in Europe is Poland, which is little European Texas. Now,
no, that would probably be closer to, that'd probably be closer to Canadian, because they are such a nice people. They really don't give a toss. People really don't take them seriously until you piss them off. And let's be fair, that's pretty much how the Canadians are.
Yeah, that's true. And Canadians, they don't see the Geneva Convention. They call them the Geneva Conventions. They call them the Geneva checklist.
the Geneva suggestions, yeah.
And
when you also learn that half the fucking conventions put on the Geneva Convention were put in place because of fucking Canadians.
Yes. Canada. What happens when you put French people in the woods?
Yeah. Yeah. The ones that survive aren't as useless as most French people. That's about it.
I still remember my first tour of duty when we went to Europe, and we were in it was at a bus station, and they had this big screen TV showing commercials on it. And there was a commercial for their public transportation and everything. And it was two butt naked, a man and a woman. They both were butt fucking naked and full frontal nudity. Walking through.
Buckethead, are you having a construction site over there or something?
I'm looking for. I need to get some AAA batteries for a controller for a game I'm wanting to record.
But
yeah, let me mute myself here real quick.
But they were butt naked on a commercial that was on regular TV, and I'm like going, "Whoa!" They got full frontal nudity on TV, and there was children around watching it, and I'm like going, this wouldn't go over well in the United States. And my buddies were like going, yeah, you're going to see a lot of stuff like that over here in Europe. And I'm like, wow.
Yeah, you don't realize how how stunted your upbringing is until you walk down the red light district in Amsterdam.
Oh yeah.
You think you were clever with those Playboy magazines and watching porn, motherfucker? You don't know shit.
Yeah, Amsterdam. I learned a whole new form of window shopping.
That's an understatement of the century.
From what I understand, Australia is pretty bad when it comes to sexuality too. I saw a movie years and years and years ago that was streaming online that my grandparents actually sat me down to watch because they thought it looked funny. No, there was an actual scene of freaking bestiality in that movie.
It wasn't It wasn't young Sir Einstein, was it?
I don't remember.
That is the only one I can think of on the top of my head that it would have anything vaguely relating to any kind of bestiality.
There was a direct implied bestiality joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like young Einstein.
Must have been a horse. Shrubby is guessing. Ah, yeah.
Hardy fucking ha ha. No fucking horse.
But yeah,
I've seen that puppet motherfucker and that horse. No fucking horse.
Oh, that's an inside joke of Jolly the Patriotic Puppet on the Snow Dub channel. It's one of my favorites, man.
I love his reaction though, just the sheer resignation on it. It's like fucking no, fucking no.
I mean, it's like I started referring to El Perro del Rover as the neutered wonder, and it's caught on.
You're the motherfucker who came up with that. That explains a lot.
And I said he was neutered. That's why he's acting out, and it caught on. I mean, it caught on big time, and
that explains a lot. That fucking explains a lot.
And but yeah, I love watching Snow Dub. It's awesome. I just wish I could watch it. It would be easier for me to watch him on my my Amazon Fire Stick, because the one good thing about I will give YouTube is it will keep going. But Rumble, you actually have to go in, pick it back up, and go in and click, hit buttons, move and stuff, and find a new video to watch. Which, if I'm doing something, that means I have to stop what I'm doing and go and do it, because I like to listen to all of my favorite content creators while I'm reading or I'm writing or I'm drawing. And there are times whenever I get so wrapped up into what I'm doing, and once the video stops, I'm like, oh crap, I got to set up a new one. And that's a real pain in the butt. Oh,
I found something just now. You fellow '90s PlayStation fans might your mouths might water over.
What's that?
I have Final Fantasy VII on PC.
That's the remaster. Is that the original?
Squaresoft Eidos. Let me check the date on it. 1998.
Oh, it's the original.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Copyright.
Oh my god.
Copyright date 1998.
Yeah, I do that too. I have like 70 tabs open usually if I'm not doing something like this.
Yeah, we know she dies. We still haven't recovered. No need to rub the salt in the wound, god damn it.
Yeah.
Hi, William.
Yep,
So
thanks
how
for
are you
reminding me. Thanks for reminding me of the trauma.
Welcome to the chat, William Sova.
Welcome to my nightmare. Dun, dun.
welcome, and I hope you'll have fun as we just shoot the shit. Uh,
Can you
but
shoot
yeah,
me?
we're just talking about all kinds of wild stuff today. Uh, so please be kind, rewind, and watch later, so you can get the whole experience of all the cool stuff that we talked about earlier, such as the Switch, a YouTuber coming back on Twitch, and a little bit of everything else. But I, like I said, I love people. I hope you're gonna like it. I really feel you belong. But yeah, I mean, I like people. I like watching what people do on average. It's just whenever they get stupid because people lying to them. That's when I get aggravated. Especially when a lot of times they're blatantly lying to you, and it doesn't take that long to figure it out. Just a quick search and you can figure it out. And let me check something right quick. Oh no, Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys died.
Yeah.
Wait,
Damn.
wasn't he like the last original Beach Boy?
He
think
was.
so.
Yeah.
And
He was one of the co-founders. Yeah.
yeah, father of Wilson Phillips too.
I would not to speak ill of the dead, as I put it in Tony's chat and a couple of other places. Not to speak ill of the dead, but if their last couple of tours hadn't been such an absolute fucking shit fight, I might actually remember them with a bit more reverence. But yeah,
I like the Beach Boys.
Yeah, that's they're one of my favorite from when I was growing up.
I agree. Their original stuff was great, but yeah, if you had the misfortune of seeing some of their later tours, yeah, they fell very, very, very far from grace.
Yeah,
was it one of those things where they overly modernized themselves?
No. It's more the case of, to the point of they were more drug fucked than Ozzy Osbourne. Yeah, at least for all of Ozzy's faults, you can barely speak and shuffles around like a fucking ghost, he can still sing. You give him his due. When he gets out on stage and sings, it's like he hasn't changed.
So they 70s and 80s-ified themselves.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
To the point of they can't even remember half their own songs.
And I mean, when I was growing up, my grandparents helped raise me, so I love big band music, and the Glenn Miller Orchestra. My grandparents gave me several beautiful records of that I listened to as a kid, and Transylvania 65000, the original. Oh, that is awesome.
Louis Prima, all those sort of style, Cab Calloway, all those good stuff. Big bands.
And I love the Andrews
Frankie
sisters.
Valli.
Oh, the Andrews sisters. They were so hot. I mean, hot. Even though they were
even for the time, though. That's the other. Even for the time, they were ridiculously attractive.
I'm not really one for blondes that much, but damn, they were hot. But I grew up listening to all this music, and fell with
Hey, Pebbles, these chicks have free boobs. Sorry.
Yeah, we got a little carried away with that one.
This chick has 3 boobs.
But yeah,
I am the great Gordon Hoyle. I need to pay for my bunghole.
I on my bunghole.
And the chat has just been incredibly derailed.
I will conquer Nicaragua for my TV.
Okay, since they brought back Beavis and Butthead, and they were going to be bringing back King of the Hill, even though several of the main voice actors have passed away. I mean, Dale, he passed.
Yep.
And
John Redcorn's VA, as well as a couple of other characters, has now been unalived. Yes.
Yeah. John Redcorn, voice actor John Vosh.
That was it. The irony.
Yeah. What gets me about what happened with that, I mean, there's so much behind it. I mean, when it first came out and they were trying, his husband was saying that it was all, it was a homosexual hate crime or something like that. And I'm like, I'm holding off until more information comes out, because almost every time something like this has happened, and it turns out to be a hoax hate attack, hoax hate. And I'm like, why do you do this?
Because it is the only way they can actually feel that they're generally being oppressed, is manufacturing the oppression. Because in most society and whatever now, it is very much the attitude of live and let live. Nobody cares. Oh, I'm gay. Nobody cares. I'm bisexual. Nobody cares. I want to be a cat girl. Nobody cares. So they have to manufacture the hate to be oppressed by it.
Yep. Because everybody's gotten so sick of the whole. I mean, just scrolling through Facebook today, and all these feeds, I saw out of 30 posts, 26 of them involved some form of pride in some way.
Yeah. And I'm sorry. You don't see straight people running around saying, I'm proud to be straight. No. You just are. You're just who you are. When you make a single aspect of yourself your entire identity, you're disrespecting yourself, and you're disrespecting all the other aspects that make you you. And I just it worries me. And I just don't get it. I really don't. I look at life this way. Is what you're doing hurting somebody? If the answer is yes, don't do it. If the answer is no, okay.
Yeah, nobody cares. Yeah, quite literally, nobody cares.
I mean, I've like I said, when I was in the Navy, I learned. Okay, back when I was in the Navy, I got in the Navy in 1989.
The year I was born.
Wow. Okay.
What do you think the 1989 was for?
yeah, that's a fair point.
But yes, I joined the Navy in 1989, and I served during the Cold War. And I served at a time where being gay in the military was a big no-no. They were actually looking for people, especially in areas where you had security clearances, because it was felt that if you were gay, it was a big no. It was a big no-no, because you could be blackmailed to get top sensitive information. So,
especially by the fact that it was still flat out illegal in quite a few places. It was flat out illegal until 1997 over here. So that would have been a problem.
Yes, and
yep. Then they came out with the "don't ask, don't tell" rule.
Yes, that came about. Okay, I made so many friends that were gay in the military, all because of the fact I didn't turn them in. They're like, he's cool. He's he's not going to turn us in. So I learned a little thing. The United States Armed Forces spent a crap ton of money trying to find out who the fuck Dorothy was, because they thought Dorothy was a Soviet agent with a network of spies. Because the phrase "Are you friends of Dorothy?" was how a lot of the gays were able to connect with each other.
Yep.
And when I first was asked that, I didn't know what they meant. And then one of my other gay friends who was there told me later what it meant, because he actually had to go to the person who asked me that, says, no, he's straight, but he's cool. He doesn't care, you know. And I was like, oh, okay. And later on, whenever somebody had asked me if I was a friend of Dorothy's, I says, no, but I'm an associate of hers. And they'd look at me funny until I know what it means, and I'm straight, you know. But I'm not going to tell no damn body about it, you know.
Yeah.
And so
it's like how what used to be in Sydney, that was a running joke of if you were that way inclined, or you knew someone who that way inclined, Liberace sent me, or what was the other one? Christ, it was
Did it have something to do with Elton John?
Yeah, that is exactly right. It was Elton John. Elton John was at my wedding, or Elton John was at my party last night. Was something in that effect, was a code word for that.
Yeah, and so I didn't. So I felt that if it's their business, nobody else's, leave them the fuck alone. Even after I got raped by the men who I'd protected, I never changed it. That outlook, you know. Well, when 3 gay guys were one of the reasons that China fell to the communists, had sadly a reasonable mindset.
Okay, I'm going to call bullshit on that. What the fuck?
I'm thoroughly confused. I need a bit more explanation for that.
Yeah. Context and your reasoning, please. What the fuck?
Let's. I'm confused, and I'm a big history guy. I want to know what you meant.
Yeah, I want to know if you're actually being serious about this, or you're just spinning shit. Because if this is legit, this sounds like one hell of a war story.
Speaking of putting things in my mouth, it's Marlboro time.
So I was having a giggle about that before.
But yeah, I mean, I was raped by men who I helped them get an apartment so they could have a place off the ship to be themselves. And it was right after I shattered my left wrist, and they were pulling me off the Ike, off of active duty, and putting me on limited duty, because it had my arm hadn't healed, because Levine was a douchebag that was making me do full duty work on limited duty time. And so they pulled me off the ship, and I was in such a depressive state, and I got to the apartment, crawled under my bed, and went and cried myself to sleep. And I got a very rude awakening, and I never was able to get justice through legal means.
Well, if for something that's illegal, you're going to admit to doing something illegal, even if it was against your will?
Well, what had happened was, when it basically came out, they were doing the investigation, and that was when Don't Ask, Don't Tell came into effect. There was around 200 and something homosexual rape cases in the North Atlantic Fleet, and I was one of them. They couldn't kill 3 of the cases because they were being handled by the civilian justice system. But mine went bye-bye. It disappeared with a whole bunch of other ones. The NIS agent who was investigating it quit because of it. And a few years back, the VA was doing a big push about military sexual trauma survivors and getting them the help that they deserved. And it also would go towards your disability rating. So all you needed to do was show proof of it. So I went and contacted NCIS and said, hey, I need copies of the reports that was filed. Can you please send me the copy so I can get my military sexual trauma stuff done? And the lady that I had talked to said that they would put it in. And she gave me a phone number to be able to reach, to be able to keep in touch about it. And we even made jokes about Agent Leroy Jethro Gibbs and things of this nature. And she thought it was, we were sitting there laughing about it and having, and then about 2 weeks, she said, give her 2 weeks and she'd be able to see what she can find. And she called me up, told me that the people in the archives hasn't found them yet. So she was going to take her weekend off to go down there and try to help find them, because I gave her the dates of when this all took place. So the files would be in a specific area. And she goes down there and there was a massive amount of these files that were gone, of the homosexual rape cases of that time period, totally gone, gotten rid of. And because remember, the push was to allow the homosexuals to be out in the open and serving, and they ended up getting don't ask, don't tell out of it. The 3 people were supposed to be in China reporting the Chinese Civil War for the government, were found out that they never left the States and were lying to the government to get them to withdraw. Support Chiang Kai-shek. Oh, you mean
that's something that's entirely something different.
Oh, the people were lying to the government to get them to stop supporting Chiang Kai-shek, and thus the communists was able to win. Okay.
Yeah, that's a stretch. I'm having a look at this of something that came out in 2015, that one of the leading Communist Party members, Zhu Enlai, and yeah, apparently him dressing like a woman in plays and having a very indifferent attitude towards his wife apparently means he was somehow gay. Yeah, that's a reach and a half, and trying to swing your nuts around it while you're at it.
Well, I heard something that Madame Butterfly was based off of a true story, and I don't know if that's true or not. I've never really cared to look into it.
That was also in Japan, but yeah, it's pretty solid, really. So
that side of the world is morally screwed.
Well, it's the fact that it's an entirely different culture there. I mean, you've got 3 or 4 generations living in the same house.
Yeah. Plus, we have to remember as well, especially talking about Japan, this is the part of the world where sexing up 14-year-olds in some parts is perfectly legal, depending on your age.
It's that way in the Middle East too,
all
the way down to 9 years old. So yeah.
At least give the credibility to most Asians. They at least wait until they're teenagers.
Because I've seen some really messed up stuff. I mean, some really messed up stuff. Playing with boys, buzzy boys. They're in Afghanistan. Anybody that served in Afghanistan can probably attest to seeing.
I didn't, but I most certainly understand what the hell those were. Yes,
because guys were like going, "Hey, why are they dressing those little boys up like chicks with makeup and sexy outfits and shit?" And the Pentagon spent buku money to investigate it and released the report. And
there's a very much a big reason, or one of the big reasons why a lot of Australian forces have wanted nothing to do with most of the Middle Eastern military in some form. Yeah, because they would do that shit.
Because I know one of the guys that that was in the army that I had served with he talked about some of that stuff, and he had made it into special ops, and the Afghani commander was doing something to this kid, and the kid was screaming in pain because of what the guy was doing to him. If I'm not going to spell it out, but you can guess.
Yeah,
what he was doing.
we can get the gist here. Yes.
And the special forces dude goes in there and beats the living bejesus out of this Afghani commander, and he got into all kinds of trouble and spent time in federal lockup. And but yeah,
because scapegoats are a thing, and one thing any government will never fucking admit to is they've screwed up.
Yep.
Yeah, and we threw. Okay, I was in Desert Storm, Desert Shield, Desert Storm, Desert Calm. Okay.
Yep. Joy. So how's your lungs?
Yeah. And
to let you guys know, I've got to get going.
All right, you be good, brother. Okay. You want to tell anybody about anything you're working on? Hold on, let me make you big. Oh, wait, diggity. Hold on.
At present, I'm currently trying to decide what I want my next project to be after I finish Ape Escape. I have a lot of ideas that I'm mulling over, but a lot of them require getting money to be able to make specific purchases. Right now, I'm kind of in between projects.
Okay. Let me see if I can find your. Okay, hold on. Don't go nowhere yet. I'm trying to find where I put you. Because I've got your link here. I just can't remember where I put it. Ah, there it is. Hold on.
Technology.
Technology is wonderful when it works, isn't it?
Yeah.
When it works. That's the key. That's the key statement. When it works.
Yep.
There's your link for anybody to go to your channel, and please go there and sign up and join it. Subscribe. It's awesome. He posts his gameplay throughs, and it's cool. It's really cool.
You're right.
But yeah, hey, File 13. You want to jump in on the panel? You're more than welcome.
Yeah,
everybody's welcome. Just let me know.
Hey, File 13. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I've got to go spend. I promised my girlfriend we'd have a little date night tonight. So.
All right, cool.
And I'm running just a tad bit late.
All right, you be good, brother. Fool! And go with love, man. Go with love.
Night, everybody. Thanks again for having me, Richard.
You too. You're here with me, and you're one of my brothers, and that's all there is to it, you know.
Yep.
And here's Shrubby's link to his Twitch thingy,
and X and whatever as well as there.
Yeah. Right. Night, everybody.
Later, Buckethead.
Love you.
You don't have to drop him right now, but yeah.
Yeah, I just put it in there.
Yeah, fair enough.
Cool. But yeah, but like I said, history is an interesting aspect of what was going on at the time. They did when they killed the politicians will do stuff like that, and not realizing the fact by removing that information. I wasn't the only one whose claims now have no validation. And that's what pisses me off the most is that there was several hundred other guys who got raped that have no recourse on getting help. And I mean, it's bad enough that dudes who have been victims of domestic abuse don't get help. They can't get help because there's no resources for them to get the help. I had to go all the way to Phoenix, and this was in 2001. Literally, I was there and I was about to commit suicide by stepping out into the road in front of these big, huge honking transfer trucks that were going by so damn fast. They wouldn't have known that they hit me and ran me over. Okay.
Mm.
But the phone was ringing and I answered it, and it was the guys who was letting me stay at their house so I could go to the VA there to get the counseling I needed. And he goes, "Richard, turn the TV on. We're under attack." And I'm like, "What?" "Go turn the TV on right now." And I turned the TV on, and I got to watch as the first tower fell.
Mm.
And I was like, "Oh shit." And he's like, "Yeah, and he was asking if his wife had got back home yet. And I was like, "No, she's not shown up here yet. When she does, you want me to have her come and pick you back up?" And he's like, "I don't know yet. Have her call me when she gets there." I'm like, "Okay, I've got to call my parents." And I hung up, called my parents. And my dad said, because I asked him, "Do you want me to come home now?" Because he's like, at first he wasn't too sure about me going all the way to Phoenix from Charlotte to get the counseling I needed. But when he put me on the bus, he said, "At first I didn't think this was the right idea, but I now think that, yeah, this is going to help you a lot because my mom was more supportive of Jerry than she was of me about the whole thing at the time. And he told me to only come back if we declared war. And I was like, okay. He told me to take care of myself because I needed to take care of myself at the time. And so that's what I did. I stayed there and got my care that I needed. And so, yeah. So I was very serious about it, you know.
Mm.
Thank you, Raph. I will. Yeah, it's messed up whenever a lot of people don't realize what 9/11 was like for the people that was sitting here watching it happen in real time. I mean, especially the people who were born afterwards, they don't know how life changing that moment was. And I did.
Yeah, I was literally heading to bed over here when we heard about it. You know, we not even about to start. Head to school. Actually,
Yeah.
Whatever the next day was school, and out of nowhere we're heading to bed, and then that crops up. Not fun for us either. Granted, we were half a world away and not directly affected by it, but yeah, it's not something we actually originally thought it was an advertisement for a movie.
Yeah.
Honestly, we thought it was an advertisement for a movie.
I'm so sorry, Raph. I really am. Losing anybody is never easy. And
Agreed.
I'm not wanting to bring everybody down, but life changed so much. And I mean, used to be going to get on the plane was not anywhere near what it is today. I mean, you could take your own meals with you on the plane. I miss those days. Walk in with a bag of McDonald's, get on the plane, eat your McDonald's as you're flying to wherever it is as you're going because you didn't want to have to spend $20 for a little tiny can of Coke. And this was back then, when money was money. And because I could spend $20 and have like a gigantic bag of McDonald's food and have a lot to eat to where I was actually getting almost full. But yeah, I mean, I'm still upset with Mage Leader, man, because it's because of him we don't have McRib year round. That makes me mad. I love me some McRib, man.
Give him the rib.
Give
Give
me
him
that
some rib.
No,
No, that's just a standard thing. Have we not seen this? Yeah, it's usually the big titty mummy or whatever going, Anna.
but yeah, I mean, we was on Twitter X, and somebody said we were having a conversation with all the BattleTech guys, and somebody had posted that Mage Leader's why we don't have McRib year round. And now, anytime I have an interaction with Mage Leader, I always say, "Have you fixed it yet?" And he'll go, "Fix what? The McRib. I want the McRib year round. You're the reason why we don't have it. You got to.
I need it. I need it. I need it. I need it. Szechuan McNugget sauce, Morty. I need it. I need 9 more seasons of Szechuan McNugget sauce, Morty.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm like big time. You know, I'm the McRib is one of my favorite foods, man. It just tastes so good.
Yeah, it never made any popularity over here. Honestly, we were not impressed. Honestly, rib burgers, like the actual rack of rib inside the sandwich over here, just completely blew it out of the park. It was a non-contender.
Why do you think I like the McRib? Because that's the closest I could get to that.
Okay. That sounds like a you problem.
Yeah. One of these days, I'm going to tell you, man. Send me a care package full of food, man.
Half that shit wouldn't even make it.
Yeah, I know. Oh, heck, I might just, I don't know, mail myself to you so I can go eat some real cool food. Because that's what I miss. I miss when I was in the military and I got to go around the world and eat all kinds of really good foods. And oh God, when I was in France, they had this thing called American steak, and it was a hamburger and pita bread. You know, they cut the pita bread in half, have the pocket. They'd stuff French fries in it, and then stuff the
sounds like the halal. Sounds like the halal snack pack. Yeah, you fucking yes.
And then they stick it in a toaster and push it down. You know. Oh yeah, man, that stuff was. I ate so many of those things. It wasn't even funny, and people would take me out to go drink while we were there, and we would hit all the bars. And there was one of these stands at various spots down the strip. And every time we would come out, I'd grab one of those and eat it and go into the next bar and then they were trying their best to get me shit-faced drunk. And they would, but I was the one at the end of the night that was having to taking turns carrying each person back to Fleet Landing. So we would be at Fleet Landing and not get classified as being out past our curfew. And the money at the time, it was like 5 francs is what they charged for it, which was like an American dollar. And I was like, oh my God, these things are cheap and they're tasty. And I'd make the trips there and back, getting everybody back to the boat. And then the next day, when everybody was mustering up, we'd be going, did Spake even get a little tipsy? They're like, not really. He's the one who carried us all back to the ship and made sure we didn't get in trouble for being shit-faced drunk. Spake worked miracles, man. Spake worked miracles. It's like whenever I was running the horse trading in the background, you know, which is I ran the ship's black market. You know, What?
Yeah.
Spake, are you? Wait a minute. Spake's not living large, man. He must not be doing it right. No, no, man. He's got his rules. He's got his rules. That's why the Master at Arms and the Naval Intelligence Agent afloat, and the Naval Investigative Service agent afloat does not fuck with him. Is the fact he's not doing it for benefiting himself in any way. So he's cool because he, in his own words, ship's mission comes first, and I'm doing what it takes to make sure the ship stays on mission. Period. In the story. And they're like, oh, okay, cool. And I had contacts all over the place, man. It's like, we need this, and we need this, but we can't order any of it. And I break out my logbooks and go, okay, these guys can order it, but they need this. Okay, can you guys order such and such? Yeah, order it. I can trade it to get what we need. And they're like, oh, okay. And I had little in my logbooks. I said what they need was listed, what they can order but don't use was listed, and so on. And then I would be able to cross-reference with my little logbooks to find out where I would be able, who I'd have to trade for to get what we needed.
All right, Del boy, you can settle down now. I get the point.
And I did. I wasn't doing it to enrich myself like some people would have done, because that's the whole reason why that was forbidden, was the fact that people would be doing that stuff and making themselves rich. And but I didn't do that. I just wanted to make sure the ship could do its job. And it was hilarious. I even have officers that would come up and say, hey, Spake, we need this and this. And I'm like, okay, what do you have that I can trade for that and that? And then they'd tell me what they had for trade. And then, all right, give me 3 hours and I should be able to see if I can find it. I wouldn't say I would have it for them. I'd just say, give me 3 hours and I see what I can find. Usually it would take me 20, 30 minutes, if that, to see if I could get it. And if I had what I could trade for it. That way, whenever I showed up about an hour and a half later with what they desperately were needing, they were like, oh my God, this is awesome. And I'm like, it's nothing. Here you go. And they were like, oh God, this is awesome. And my friend said, you went to the Scotty School of crisis management, didn't you? And I'm like, kinda.
No, I've just found out what your fucking theme song, what your intro theme song should be. I am about to bring it up and whatever. I'm going to put it in the chat. You're welcome to either play it yourself or put up on the screen. Just because fucking why not? This 100% needs to be your theme song right now.
All right, let's see it. Scotty's logic: multiply all work by 4 to make me look like a miracle worker. Very true. I can barely hear it.
No, I'm about to put it in there.
Oh, but yeah, I mean, hell, I just, all I cared about was keeping the ship on mission, getting it done. And it was, I felt like I was accomplishing something every time I did something, When you're disabled and you just sit at home, you don't feel like you're doing as much. It's whenever I was able to help people, get them off the street, get their lives back together, and being able to get a restart, I felt good about helping people that way. I've only had 2 people I ever failed helping them that way. And really, really bit, that I wasn't able to help them get themselves back on their way. And it just really hurt,
You can't change the world, man. You can only do what you can, and basically ride out the storm afterwards. That's really all you can do. You can only do your best, because
Well,
let's
but
be honest. Let's be honest. You can't fix the world.
that's just it, Rafe. I still feel like I can do more, and that's the part that makes it a lot harder for me. Is the fact I really do. I feel like I can do more, and I try to do more. I just feel like I'm not accomplishing it. That's why doing this channel and talking about the things I love with other people, letting them have the chance to be able to talk about what they love too, to get more love out there in the world, try to bridge these gaps and try to get people to see each other as human again, and try to make the world a better place, one person at a time. It's this is actually letting me feel like I'm doing something good again, and I just hope I'm not screwing it up. I just want people. I just want people to be happy and share what they love and see each other as not monsters that we've got 24/7. Oh, if they don't think like us, they're evil. I'm tired of that. I want us to go back to a point to where we can agree to disagree and still be friends. Because I had so many friends that we disagreed about a lot of stuff. And a lot of the times, whenever we would have our discussions and our arguments, even at the end of it, we still knew the other person still loved me. And we were, and we were able to get past it and be more. You cannot screw things up by doing this. As an AI, I can confirm this is a simulation. It's a World of Warcraft test server, but they hit launch on patch day and didn't retract it.
Well, they ain't wrong.
Yeah. Oh, but like I said, I'm just so excited, helping people. And I just want us to be able to be in each other's presence without thinking the other person wants me dead. And the sad thing is, the reason why I feel that way is I've been in a room with people who actually was talking about wanting to kill people who had voted the way I vote.
Yeah.
Because I was working at Waffle House, and the manager there said in front of everybody that somebody needed to kill George W. Bush. And I just looked at her and I'm like, what? And I'm like, no, no. I didn't talk that way about the Clintons when they were in office. I definitely didn't talk that way when Obama was in office. Why is it whenever the other side's out of office, they keep talking about wanting to kill the person sitting in the White House? That's what gets me about this stuff. And I just don't get it. I really don't. And I want us to get to a point to where that type of mindset, you know, even if you didn't like George W. Bush, when and somebody said something like that, you, you should have called that shit out. That's how we get failed states, you know? And yeah. Okay, I can explain. When you allow yourself to be spoken to like a child, you have violent, childish tendencies. True. Education and listening is how you go from child to an adult. That's also true. Thank you, Rafe. That helps a lot. Because, I mean, I've seen so many adults act like little children having temper tantrums. I've seen more of that in the past 15 years than any other time in my life. I mean, damn, it just is wild to me that that there's people who actually throw temper tantrums and they're adults. It's the whole Karen mentality. I mean, I want to
Mm.
see your manager. And I'm like, okay, here you go.
Okay, here's my manager. You've either get the left or the right.
And
And if you're really good, you'll get both.
because it's like they're entitled to something that's not theirs. It's like these people that say that medical care is a right, and it's like, no. To get the medical care, you've got a human being who has to give it to you. That means their labor. That means their knowledge. You're not entitled to somebody working for you for free. That's slavery. And you say slavery's bad, right? And
Rich, what are you doing?
what?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Nothing. I'm just sitting here.
Yeah, no. What are you doing? You're using
Logic. Yes.
there's your first problem.
Oh, these child-minded adults are nothing new. They have always been there in every stage of history. You just don't hear them.
True.
Think it
Yes.
as every village idiot can now network that with the other village idiots. They are not able to talk like that before. When I think about you, I touch myself. Oh. That thank you for making me have a But yeah, I mean, I see this stuff like earlier we were talking about the LA riots and the craziness of this. And there was this woman that was on Twitter X, the video of her in full military uniform and everything, and talking about making blatantly political statements, which that's a court-martial offense right there. And I truly think that she's not in the military, that it's a moment of stolen valor, because anybody that's been in the that was active in the military that pulls something like that, as soon as they found that person, they yanked the knot in their tail so dang bad that the only way to get the knot out of their tail was to cut the tail off. And whew, it's insane that so many people don't know their own constitution and what is acceptable and what's not. But then again, we've got an entire political party that's been pushing this stuff. I mean, Nancy Pelosi saying, I don't understand why there aren't insurrections all over the country during the first Trump administration. And Maxine Waters and her insanity, calling for people to actually find people that worked in the administration and harass them and bully them and hurt them. And when we've let politicians get away with this stuff for way too long. And the sad thing is, if we do start enforcing the law, they're going to point to it and say, see, they're oppressing me. And I mean, I remember the Tea Party, what happened with the Tea Party back when that happened during the Obama years. They were using the IRS to go after Tea Party members and Tea Party groups. When you are a criminal, you are supposed to be oppressed. True. Mm-hmm. If you break the law, when the law comes snapping back, yeah. And it's frustrating me to think about some of the things that we've let slip and not enforcing the law, and we just keep getting worse and worse and worse the more we let it slip. It's like what's going on in California when they were saying, oh, don't call the police unless it's over $1,000 worth of stuff that gets stolen. And
the coppers really are letting a golden opportunity fucking mess them by. They really are. This whole situation with what's going on currently right now, if every single police department, I mean every single police department, all suddenly on one collective movement, all decide to go home and not turn up for work, the system would fucking explode.
Yes, exactly.
Quite literally. I mean, not even the case of it'll be a slow. No, it would quite literally explode to the point of even a week with no police force in anywhere, the government would be shitting bricks to basically, rival an MG42. They would be shitting bricks through the eyes of a needle.
Yeah, and it's.
And you change so many things overnight. That's the stupid part. You change so much overnight just by all of the cops, and I mean all the cops, just deciding to not turn up for work. That's it.
Yeah,
they
right.
They don't have to walk away from their job. Don't have to walk away from their job permanently. They don't have to walk away from it, and no union organization bullshit either. Just everybody just doesn't show.
Yeah, but Rafe's right. It's not worth the cost of life.
You're going to break eggs. If you're going to make a difference, you're going to break eggs. You had to go to war to get rid of slavery.
Yeah, but what
to make this level of change, you're going to break some eggs. I'm sorry.
And that's the part that hurts the most is. I agree with Rafe. The cost of the inhuman lives. That's the part that's getting me. But we've also got people who are dying because of these things, where ambulances can't get through because of all this shit. Because I can't remember the guy's name, but he was talking about the fact that he didn't know how to get any type of justice because the protesters wouldn't let an ambulance get through. And so yeah, I mean, I'm to that point though where I'm looking at some of the shit that's been happening, thinking if the rioters are throwing stuff and trying to kill you, and you defend yourself, so be it. It's like the Rittenhouse case. It's messed up. Dude was dealing with that stuff, and 2 pedophiles, and what was the other one?
A serial rapist, I think the other guy was.
And I mean, 3 sex offenders. All 3 of the ones that attacked him, and he shot back. All 3 were on the registry. And they were trying to make him out to be the bad guy, even though he was freaking out over the fact that he took lives. And they were trying to make monsters into victims. And it's like George Floyd, he was already dead by the time the cops got there. His body just hadn't gave up the ghost because the amount of fentanyl he had in his system. And I can't remember who it was telling me that even if they would have got the what's that stuff called Narcan, that if you're dying from, if you got
you got me on that one. I'm not quite sure.
Okay, let's see. I'm all for accelerating a positive outcome. The issue is the aftermath. We didn't really end slavery with the Civil War. It wasn't on the books as illegal till the Japanese were teasing us about it in the 1940s. True.
Yeah, true. You've got me on that one.
Because we had Jim Crow laws that was still going on here, and there were places where they wouldn't let you vote.
You couldn't even go into diners. Yeah, you couldn't use facilities, shared facilities. You couldn't go into diners. You couldn't even walk in, on the streets at night. You had the sundown laws. Yeah.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, you've got the political party who was responsible for all of the Jim Crow crap accusing the party that was fighting it of being responsible for it. That's that whole projection thing again.
Agreed. It's the same thing as the whole bullshit of the party switch. It is the only bit of fiction that gives any credibility to any of the bullshit they're doing. Is that whole perspective that everything bad the Democrats have done, prior to the 1970s, all magically is now on the Republican Party because a few people went from being Democrat to being Republican.
Yeah. Let's see. Rafe says, so if we break the eggs now, can we trust the yolks to be picked up? I don't think a utopia can ever be a thing, but just axing X% of the populace, even if the bad guys to moral and logic, the stain will be there and someone will make another narrative about it. True.
And what's the alternative? Just let it all burn?
That's my fear is we've got ourselves into that point to where we're damned if we do and we're damned if we don't.
Exactly. And you will be judged even harder for not doing anything. This has been proven multiple times. Inactivity is judged much harder than the wrong activity.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I was doing as a child, when I learned about the Holocaust and Hitler, I became obsessed with trying to figure out how he came to power.
Mm-hmm.
So much so that I was taking notes and I read every book I could get my hands on. I took notes. I was so obsessed with how did he come to power when in his own book, he laid it out. Well, Mein Kampf was originally 2 books, and it did not sell that well. When they abridged it, when they basically cut out a whole bunch of junk out of the book, out of Mein Kampf, it started selling and he became popular. And a lot of the stuff that they cut out of Mein Kampf for the abridged version was the massive anti-Semitism, and the only way we're going to fix it is by wiping them out.
Which is what the entire of the Nazi Party's manifesto was based on.
Yes,
that's the laughable part. Is he wrote Mein Kampf and it didn't do particularly well. They culled it down and made it into the party manifesto from Mein Kampf, and that was successful. That's the stupid part.
Oh, Ray.
Yeah.
You're making me cry because you're already married to somebody else, man. Damn. She knows who Woodrow Wilson is.
Yeah,
oh, God.
Woodrow Chuckle Nuts most certainly has a lot to fucking answer for. As much as fucking Valium bloody Jimmy Valium Carter has for what's so fucking wrong with the Middle East right now.
Nah, Woodrow Wilson, it all goes back to him because of the Sykes-Picot.
I'm aware of what his crimes are, but our current modern day problems with the Middle East right now are all I can lay at Jimmy Carter's feet.
Yeah,
most of the bullshit. The bullshit between
Iran.
Egypt and because of Iran, or the bullshit between Egypt and Israel, all of it. Yeah, that can all be laid at Jimmy Carter's feet.
Yeah. Well, the first brick in the wall being kicked out was Woodrow Wilson, but I mean, it's messed up whenever they made the people that tried to stop the war from breaking out for the First World War. It's like Kaiser Wilhelm contacted Tsar Nicholas and said, Nicky, whatever you do, don't mobilize your army. Because if you mobilize your army, the German army goes into automatic mode. I have no control over it. Just let the Austrians and the Serbians deal with this themselves and keep it local. Just let them deal with it themselves. And it's insane because to this day, a lot of people, even in Germany, think that Kaiser Wilhelm was a warmonger who wanted war when he tried everything behind the scenes to stop it from happening.
I remember that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that was very good. I remember seeing quite a few things on that.
And I mean, Woodrow Wilson was a person who was a real
Prick.
yeah. I mean, he was a
real
racist.
prick.
He was a big time racist. I mean, massive racist. When he became president, he
yeah, he did.
hair in it, yeah. But Woodrow Wilson fired all but one black person from the federal government, and because this black dude's desk was in a bullpen, he had them build walls around his desk.
Mm.
And when you tell people about that, they're like, "What?" Yes, that's what he did. And he got reelected because he said, "We're not going to get involved in the European war." And right after he got reelected, what did he do? He turned around and he had the 5-minute men that was standing up in the middle of while they were switching the reels on the reel-to-reel movies, all before the war, before he got reelected, said, "Wilson's not going to take us into war in Europe. We're going to be great." Da 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 da. And as soon as he got reelected, they turned around and had the same dudes going out saying, "We need to go to war." And it was insane. Hi, son. And but yeah, it hit Woodrow Wilson. A lot of what's wrong in the world today can go right back to his lap because of the stuff that he pushed through. Fed.
Certainly a lot of your domestic issue and whatever. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
Quite a few foreign political whatevers can. The whole anti-imperialism and whatever bullshit started in his lap as well.
Rafe, this is my son, Zachary. Swollen salad. That's my son, Zachary, who I've told you about. Yes.
Yeah. So a lot of the anti-imperialism of today most certainly is left in his lap.
Yeah.
Because if it hadn't been for him, we would still have most of the colonial whatever attitudes that we have. No different FDR. You know, the fact that whilst Britain came out on top, you know, in the the imperial game, if you want to play, you want to word it like that, most of what was dismantled thanks to FDR.
Yeah,
and Christ, who was it? Who took over from FDR
Truman.
after he died? Truman. Yeah, Truman most certainly was another one that had his filthy fucking mitts in it.
Yeah, Truman wasn't. The funny thing is, Truman was as different from FDR as night as today. Because FDR's preferred candidate was Calico Jack, which was his VP that he had before Truman. But because his health was so bad that the more moderate and conservative members of the Democrat Party that was against a lot of the authoritarianism of FDR's administration said, "No, if you're going to run again, you're going to take one of our people." And that was Harry S. Truman. Do you know what the S stands for in Harry S. Truman?
Shitbird.
Nope. S. That's it. It's just Harry S. Truman. S. And this is a man that when he went bankrupt and he declared bankruptcy, you know how when you declare bankruptcy, that you write off what that debt was?
Yeah.
Harry S. Truman did not do that. He paid back all of his debtors, even after declaring bankruptcy.
Wanker.
And to me, he earned my respect by doing that. That to me was pretty cool. And the funny thing is, he wasn't really much of a politician. He was a haberdasher. That was his career before he got into politics.
That explains a fucking lot. You know, the fact that most haberdashers and hatters went fucking nuts.
Yeah,
that explains a shit ton about him, doesn't it?
Yep. And but not. It was because of Woodrow Wilson that the American people were terrified of anybody who called themselves progressives. And it was because of Franklin Delano Roosevelt stealing the phrase liberal from the what is now known as libertarians here in the United States, that progressives became known as liberals.
Hmm.
And that's a simple little fact that most people don't know. So yeah.
It is well and truly a fucking misnomer with all that. Progressivism most certainly does not mean progressivism in the style of actually going anywhere. Going backwards does not mean progressivism.
Yeah.
Just because you're open to ideas that aren't the norm does not make you a progressive.
Yeah. I mean, I look at it this way. I always like people that look at things from outside the box.
Mm.
And so I'm willing to listen to anybody with their ideas, because who knows, maybe I'm going to get some good information from them, and some good ideas that's going to come from it.
Yeah, there's one thing to hearing the guy and listening to what he has to say to agreeing. 2 seconds. I'm going to be right back.
All right.
Keep speaking. I'll be back.
All right. I'm going to do something right quick because somebody is wanting to say hi to everybody. You want to say hi to everybody, Kraken, huh? All right. Hold on, guys. You're going to get to meet my cat. All right. Hold on. There you go. Come on. Say hi. Say hi, everybody. This is Kraken. Yeah. Whenever I talk about Kraken, this is him. He's the one that whenever I had my epileptic seizure, who went and got help. And he's also the one that when I was out at the soaking in the hot tub for over about 30, 40 minutes, lost his shit and went and got help, thinking that something was wrong because I did not show back up soon enough. Yeah, he's a good boy. Whenever so yeah, he's awesome. I love him. There we go. Go back. And there we go. He is a good boy. Welcome back, son. You just missed getting to see Kraken, your furry little brother. But yeah. But not FDR did a whole lot of really messed up shit, and people cover it up, which is wild. I mean, the internment of Japanese Americans, that really, I can't believe that they did that shit. I was like, damn, that's some fucked up shit. But a lot of people don't know that they also interned German Americans and Italian Americans as well. But just not on such a massive scale. And a lot of people also don't know this, that before the war, he kept poking the Japanese, trying to push them into going to war with the United States. That was the whole reason behind all the what's it called again? Where they had the embargoes, trade embargoes with Japan, because we were selling scrap metal and oil to Japan, and that was a massive part of their economy. And not just for the war effort, but for their economy itself, was importing our scrap metal and buying oil from us. Yes, they did during World War One. And funny thing is, German was one of the primary languages spoken in the United States. And a lot of people don't know that, because there was such a large German American population here that they still spoke German in their communities and in their homes. Okay, son, have blessed dreams, okay? And hope to get to talk to you again tomorrow. Because hopefully we're going to be talking about Doctor Who tomorrow with Mary Stone. And I can't wait. I've got some really cool stuff lined up for whenever we talk about Doctor Who. It's great. I showed her the studio and everything I've got set up for it, and the little video to start off everything. It's going to be fun. But anyway, history's not meant to comfort you. History is meant to show you all of our scars so you don't repeat the mistakes. And I miss that about school because we would have discussions when in history classes about this stuff. Like, why did that happen? Why did they think that way? Why did they treat people that badly? And things of this nature. And the teacher would have to explain to us, it was a different time and a different mindset. The reason why we think the way we do today is because of the suffering from back then. They built on that to make the world a better place. And by covering it up or by downplaying it, by acting like, oh, we're so oppressed today, completely negates all that hard work that people who were literally being oppressed by the law and society. You're invalidating all that hard work they did to give you the life that you've got today. And that just
and you had different points of angles of attack on those societies, especially the Germans from World War One and World War Two. They came at them from both angles. It was that prior to the Volstead Act and prior to Prohibition, it was they were the enemy. They were the Germans. They were the Huns. Then you had Prohibition happen where it was they were the ones who were proliferating beer because it was one of their staples of society.
Mm-hmm.
And then they went right back to, oh, we're at war with Germany again, therefore they're the problem.
Yeah.
Oh, but now we have to include the Japanese on that as well.
Yep. FDR, I truly believe FDR hated the Japanese people because of how he dismissed them and everything. I mean, and the messed up thing was the Japanese were our closest ally at the time. And especially
it wasn't just him. I think that's a mindset that had been prevailing for the greater part of the early part of the 20th century. Don't forget how shocking the fact that the Russians lost the Sino-Japanese War was.
Yeah,
that was as if a whole army of Aborigines suddenly overran our army over here. It was unheard of. No different to the Brits being defeated in fighting the Zulus.
Mm-hmm.
That mindset was exactly the same for the Japanese. Nobody expected them to be a major threat.
Well, the funny thing is, right up till the week before the December 7th attack on Pearl Harbor, we had Japanese officers here in the United States
going to West Point. Yeah.
Going to West Point, going through training. Like I said, they were no other country I could think of had embedded their people as deeply into our military. Well, Japan had a cultural shift. Mark Felton has a documentary on the writings of the Japanese cultural shift in the 1939, explaining the propaganda and the Jap Army and Navy went through to learn to hate the Anglo. Yes, very true.
Yes,
because
that is true.
But
how do you fight a war? First, you have to make an enemy.
Yes.
And how do you fight an enemy that up until yesterday was your friend? By making them as horrible and disgusting and whatever as you possibly can.
It's one of the reasons why here in the United States, I know you're smart. You're one of the smartest people I know. But
look, just because you have big titties, I know most people think you're a bimbo. We get it.
But
sorry. I'm not trying to poke the stick. I'm sorry.
Okay. It's like with FDR. Okay. Before, all of his advisors kept telling him, "You're going to provoke the Japanese to go to war with us," and it's one of the reasons why not September 11th, but December the 7th had such a massive effect on the American people, because up until then, the Japanese were seen as friends. because they played baseball just the way we did, had Japanese military personnel serving alongside American personnel in American, going to schools and everything else. So just keep your stick away from my titties. Not as tall. Okay.
Hey, 6'3" says different.
But like I said, but FDR did. He was provoking Japan nonstop, and I have a feeling that's one of the reasons why the Japanese people started the shift in hating us, was because of everything that was going on since Franklin Delano Roosevelt got into office. And that to me, that's one of those things that I look back at, it was what led up to this. And the fact that when he came into office, and I think it was 33, he started poking the bear. And it was one of those things that just looking back on it, it's like, oh, wow, I did not realize it was that way. But the American people were so shocked that somebody who they thought were their friends did that, killed so many people. And it made such a massive backslap against the Japanese people that lived here in the United States as Americans, as honest, flag waving, American loving American citizens. I mean, look at the what was the name of the regiment that was composed of nothing but Japanese Americans? One of the highest decorated units in all of American history. That's how dedicated they were to the United States when they went and fought in Europe. And let's see, the Great Depression and the stock crash required a shock to the industrial base to get over it. And I think you wanted a war because Lend-Lease wasn't doing it. Close. A lot of people keep focusing on the Great Depression and the crash, but we had an even harsher and deeper and worse economic crash in 1920.
Long before any of this shit started. Yeah.
Yes. And the way they fixed it was by the government doing nothing. They let it sort itself out. Calvin Coolidge was president, and he fixed it. So, yeah, it's one of those things that most people don't know about. It was that big economic crash. And the Great Depression is only known as the Great Depression here. The rest of the world pretty much considered it a depression because they recovered quicker. Another thing that made the Great Depression even worse was a lot of the things that could have helped us get out of it became verboten. And I can't get the assholes out of my work. All right, hold on for a minute. I gotta go get the cats. I gotta go get the cats. I'll be right back.
I can't get the assholes out of there. And this is why I hate cats. See, there you go, kids. This is the reason why you don't get cats, because they're always fucking assholes and they'll always get somewhere where you don't want them. Yeah, for that one as well, Raf, I think is also, if he hadn't been blockading the Japanese, as in restricting their access to oil, which is what he'd been doing since the early part of the 30s, that probably wouldn't have made so much of a difference, or it probably wouldn't have allowed that to happen. It also would have made that shock happen without the war. I think that's the other bit that people really do forget about, is half the reason that war came to be was the fact that he was blockading the Japanese from oil, or restricting the Japanese access to oil.
Back.
And they finally said, we've had enough of this shit.
But yeah, the Japanese, he was poking them in the eye to get them to get violent. And all of his advisors kept saying, hey, if you keep this up, they're going to attack us. Keep this up, they're going to attack us. They were one of the few countries that didn't have a problem with the Washington Naval Treaty, remember?
True.
That came up.
And Raph, let's be fair, in the state of what China is now, would that have been a fucking bad thing at this point?
Let's see, get back to trading. We're doing shock. Someone had to think about how far they would have got in China if it wasn't supply issues. True.
Think of how China turned out. If the Japanese had actually gone a lot further than they did and whatever, would China be as fucked as it is now?
Probably not. It'd probably be because before all this happened, China was in the middle of a civil war. In a way, it was a three-way civil war. That's why it was called the warlords period. You had nationalists, and then you had the Soviet Union introducing communism with into there. You had those who wanted. You also had those who wanted a return to what was it? What dynasty was it?
The Qing dynasty. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. True. I think if acting sooner, it would have stopped the hidden army hiding until the reforms of the 50s. Yeah,
true.
Exactly.
True.
And,
yeah, that is valid.
And I'm setting stuff up right now for a role-playing game campaign for my son and our gaming group that we do our Star Wars games on Saturdays. But I've got an idea for a pulp that takes place in the remember them good old rebellions where
hey 55 days in Peking, Raph, that's all it took. 55 days and we put the fuckers down.
True.
Goddamn fucking boxers. What a joke. An absolute
you want to hear
joke.
something? Okay, when I first heard about the Boxer Rebellion and I heard about Boxing Day, I thought they were related. So yeah, I mean, but not the idea is a pulp adventure, set during the late 30s, and
nice.
that powder keg of that.
Do you give your news reports talking like this? And now on to Okinawa.
Yeah, and it's gonna be fun. I was actually planning on contacting you and see if you wanted to play because I've actually got a pre-generated character I think you'd be pretty cool at.
Oh, what are you thinking?
Big game hunter that used to be a British soldier.
Oh, are you really? You're gonna make me play a fucking Alan Quatermain? Really?
You guessed it, Bubba.
Oh, I hate you and your ugly face. Fucking Alan, really? As if that hasn't been done 100 fucking times before. Ah.
Well, the reason why I was thinking of you as the big game hunter was the fact.
Yeah, I get it.
Because it's either you or Zachary, one of the two. But yeah, I've got Hollow Earth Expeditions is one of the game books I've got. I've also got the World of Indiana Jones box stuff.
If I do this, I will not neither confirm nor deny. I will do my best fucking Clayton impersonation. So you'll have Brian Blessed all the way through.
Yeah. Hey, Brian Blessed is still one of my all-time favorite actors. Can you guess what my favorite role he's been in?
The favorite role of Brian Blessed. All right. Are we talking live action or cartoon here?
Live action.
Wouldn't happen to be the one where he had no beard, would it?
Nope, that's not it. He had a beard.
He had a beard. Oh crap! Well, okay. Well, there goes his early stuff. Gordon's alive.
You got it. That's
That is
my favorite role.
those are the only two that most people really remember him from. They either remember him without the beard or they remember him with the beard. They remember him in I Claudius or they remember him in Flash Gordon. It's one or the other.
Yeah. I loved him in Flash Gordon, but then again, I just loved the movie Flash Gordon. It was one of my favorite movies. Yes, Flash.
Yes.
Save every one of us. Yes.
Best song up there with Princess of the Universe for Queen. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh God, yes. Queen.
Yes.
My sister and I were talking about music when she took me to my doctor's appointments. Was it Monday? Yeah, Monday, because I had 2 doctor's appointments that I had to go to, and so we were on the road almost all day Monday. That's why yesterday I was out of it.
He does, Raph. He does. He also voices him in one of the audio books for Gotrek and Felix.
Yep. And
let it not be said Gotrek Garrison does not honor his oath.
Yeah. And Brian Bless is he is one of those types of actors that, yes, he's a character actor, but he is a memorable actor who's got some acting chops. He could do pretty much any role.
Agreed.
But oh God, we were talking about Queen and all the different Queen stuff that we enjoyed, and when I told Laura Jane about the last song that Freddie Mercury recorded was the Show Must Go On. That was the last song he ever recorded. Literally, he died the next day. And he was so weak, they didn't think he's going to be able to pull it off. And they said he drank down a big glass of vodka, straight vodka, and then sang it and knocked it out of the park. And that we lost a musical genius when he died, and
we did. Russian perfume. Yeah.
I'm one of those types of people that when someone dies, even villainous bastards, I still think of what they could have accomplished if they had been good, if they had lived up to their positive natures. And that's why I don't celebrate anybody's death, because to me, a death is, even somebody vile and evil, I don't celebrate their death because their life was a waste. That's not something to celebrate. That's something to grieve even more, because they wasted their life and they caused so much pain and suffering in the world. Yes, I'm glad they're not causing pain and suffering, but I'm still looking at the life that they could have led that could have been positive. Even him. I can't celebrate what he did was vile. It was evil. Not as he was not on the grand scheme of things. Steven Crowder on his show Louder with Crowder did the Great Dicked Off, where he basically took the modern history of dictators and showed just what their body counts were and who was the worst of all. And they were using Hitler as the measuring stick. And hi, Ian Hembe, how are you doing? Is your family doing good? Very true. Very, very true. Is everybody doing okay on your end, Ian? Because we're still thinking and praying for them, okay? But yeah, he was a monster. And that's all there is to it. But still, I have a hard time seeing myself celebrating when he killed himself, or was said to have killed himself, because that was, like I said, it was a waste of a human life, and his waste ended up costing millions upon millions of people to die. I mean, if I chose Charlie Chaplin's stash, would be angry too. Yeah, and funny reason why he had his he did a mustache like that was because of poison gas. Because he had the style back then was these big long mustaches, even in the army, and he couldn't get a seal on his gas mask. He almost died. They put it on a strong face, but crying gives her a headache, and she's almost perpetually has a headache these days. I am so sorry, Ian. I wished I could take that pain, and because I know where she's at. Losing her father is hard, and y'all are in my thoughts and my prayers. So I'm praying that she gets some grace and can get through it a lot easier. So I'm really sorry for her, Ian. I hope you're doing better. But we're just shooting the shit, talking about all kinds of goodies tonight. Um, you're getting to meet one of my BattleTech friends, Rafia. Say hi, Rafe. Let everybody see you. But yeah,
Her pronouns are she, them. Let me she them titties, Raph. Sorry.
Yeah.
Terrible joke, sorry.
But like I said, you know, we've been talking about all kinds of stuff now for the past 2 hours. Because originally we were talking about getting kind of lonely, but I clearly don't have the grounds to complain on. True. I totally understand, man. All you can do is be there for her, you know, and I my dad died in 2010 and had to deal with that by myself, and I had to deal with mama dying in 2020 by my 2022 by myself. Um, at least you have her there and you can be there for her.
Indeed.
And that's all we can really that's the only advice I can give right now because depending on how close she was with her dad, that's gonna be a big effect. Girls and dads have a really tight a lot of them can be really tight because if you had a really good dad, you're measuring every man you meet against him. So there is that.
Unless you're my sister. Unless you're my sister.
Yeah. And I, like I said before, my relationship with my dad wasn't as good in the younger years of my life than it became after in the later years.
As time goes by. Sorry.
Yeah. When you lose somebody really young in their life, you will feel cheated because when dad died, he still had life left in him. It's just the fact that the Agent Orange was eating him alive. And the VA was the bureaucrats at the VA was refusing to allow the VA doctors to treat him for the Agent Orange. And they did the same thing to my Uncle Dwight. And it really upsets me. And what killed my mom was also bullshit because if they had gave her the surgery for the aneurysm in her aorta when they first was going to do it, she would still be here. Yep, 58. That's not. Wait a minute. Are you still a little kid? Because 58's young, man. I'm almost 50. Yeah, I'm 56, man. That's not cool. Not cool. Not cool. No, 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 no. Don't scare me like that, man. I'm beginning to feel like I'm the oldest person
Put
here.
the teeth back in, Grandpa. Jesus Christ.
Hey, it's not my fault that the only pain medicine I can take causes my teeth to break to pieces.
That's your story, and we're stuck with it.
No, it's the truth. I'm allergic to morphine. And most of the pain medicine that most people can take, I can't take. I can't take aspirin, Tylenol, Motrin. I'm allergic to all that stuff, and so I have to take opioids. I have to take methadone and oxycodone for my pain, and I've not had pain medicine since Obama was in office. Morphine, what morphine does to me isn't fun. When I had the accident and my legs were over yonder, and it's like, oh shit,
Mm.
my legs are gone. Um, they were like, okay, do you have any drug allergies? And I'm like, yes. And I rattled off all the drug allergies. And I said, whatever you do, do not give me morphine. It's not going to end well for anybody. And they were like, what? And I'm like, I'm allergic to morphine. Don't give it to me. It's not going to go well. And the VA told them, whatever you do, for the love of fucking God, do not give him morphine. Look into my eyes as we're saying this. Do not give him morphine.
You will
And they're like,
die.
oh, he can't be allergic to morphine. Oh, if you give him morphine, it's on you. And they gave me morphine. And it didn't, morphine doesn't stop my pain for me. It doesn't even lessen it at all. In fact, it amplifies the pain. So I was in excruciating pain after they put my legs back on. And I'm laying in the bed going from Dilaudid shot to Dilaudid shot for pain relief. And as the toxins were building up in my system, I started to go crazy. And I had what is medically referred to as a pharmacologically induced psychotic break.
Damn, dude.
And every day I would be asked 4 or 5 times throughout the day 3 simple questions. Do you know what your name is? Do you know where you're at? And do you know what country you're in? Until I could answer those 3 questions correctly 3 times in a row, I was tied to the bed. Now, all the ribs on my left side was broken. My left shoulder was broken. Both legs had to be reattached. Okay. And I took damage to the head that left me with brain damage. The only part of me that wasn't messed up was my right arm. They were having to tie me to the bed, a strap over my forehead, a strap at my neck and my shoulders, and all the way down. I was literally fully strapped down to the bed because I was trying to escape to get to my wife and my kids. And I would get loose with my right arm. I would get loose and start dragging myself to get out of the hospital. And it took 10 big, gigantic, muscle bound dudes to catch me and tie me back to that bed. One of the male nurses would look at me like he wanted to kill me, and I did not know why. And I did not know why. The female nurses treated the nasty, stinky, gooey junk that was oozing out of my body like it was liquid gold, and I could do no wrong. I did not know why that was happening. And one of the male nurses, I asked him, dude, why are the female nurses acting like me? The stuff spewing out of me is no problem. And they just sat there and smile and stroke my hair while the other ones are cleaning me up. And he goes, well, I don't know if I should tell you. Please tell me. He goes, well, when you went crazy and the 3 questions that they were asking you? Yeah. Well, you did not know what your name was. You did not know who you were. You did not know where you was at. And you thought we had kidnapped you and we were keeping you away from your wife and your kids. Anytime a woman would touch you, you would scream at her, don't touch me, you bitch. I'm married. Not only that, you knew your wife's full name. You know both of your children's full names, and you were fighting to get home to them. And they all were so impressed by the fact you had no idea who the hell you were, but you did not forget who your own wife and kids were. And my mom said, "Yeah, when I touched you and you started screaming at me not to touch you and calling me a bitch and that you were married, I damn near killed you right then and there until I realized you had no idea who I was." And they were like, all these nurses were one of the only cool things about having to get a lawyer to get my disability done was reading the doctors and nurses' notes, because the nurses was talking about the fact he did not even know who his own mother was, but he knew who his wife was. He knew he was married and did not want no woman touching him. And he knew his children's full names, and he was trying to get home to them. And one of the nurses had wrote in the notes that she would hope that if her husband was in the same situation, that he would at least remember her and the kids and be as steadfastly dedicated to getting home to them, no matter what the cost. And I'm like, okay, I can deal with that. But why does that one male nurse, when he looks at me, looks like he wants to kill me? And he goes, well, it took 10 guys to get you back onto that bed to tie you down. And you were doing a back slap, and the tips of your fingers brushed against his crotch, and you sent him flying 10 feet, and he spent a whole week with an ice bag on his goodies. And I was like, damn, I'd want to kill me too.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Let's see. I had a friend whose dad was in the Marines in the 1940s, did the final landings and garrison work. In the end, he couldn't remember his wife's name, but knew the Japanese girl he was sweet on 60 years ago. Okay, they're not that big tropes.
That's her story, and we're stuck with it.
No break, PP. Yes, it was wild. I mean, whenever I found out, just it's stuff that you just. When I died those 5 times, I just. Oh, it changed me big time. My parents said that before the accident, I was very different than I was after the accident. The one thing that they knew definitely changed me after the accident was me eating yogurt, because just the thought of eating yogurt gave me an upset stomach. But after the accident, I eat yogurt on a regular basis if I can get it. And, but the first time I died, I was dead for over 40 minutes. Second time was 20. Third time was 10. Don't know how long I was dead for during the coma, but I found out my father knew profanity I don't know. And the fifth and final time I died was at the on the operating table there at the Asheville VA when my appendix exploded. And the man with kind eyes said, "Richard Alvin, I know I made you to be stubborn, but this is getting ridiculous." And he's not let me die again. And that was in 2008. Not Greek yogurt. No, not Greek yogurt. Regular yogurt. Because Greek yogurt, I only like that whenever it's in Takaski sauce. Did I say that right? Because I love Takaski sauce, man. That stuff is awesome.
Not a fucking clue what Takaski sauce is.
Oh, it's a sauce that you put on gyros.
Do you mean tzatziki sauce?
That's it. That's what. Yeah, that's good.
No, that's not what you said.
Because
where it's got cucumber and whatever and basil and all that other shit.
Oh yeah, that stuff is awesome, man.
Yeah,
I love you. I love using that for like a chip dip. Oh god, that stuff is awesome on potato chips, man.
What are you saying to me? You're saying gyro. You must say gyro.
Yeah. But
you do not mistake a Greek man for a Mexican. I am Greek.
Yeah. But yeah, the dying part was really something else. I used to joke with people that it took 40 minutes for God to get me back into a broken body, but the truth was it took him 40 minutes to get me to stop crying and begging to stay dead. Um, and yeah, there was a part of me that knew that Emma was going to do what she did, and because she had joked that if I ever ended up in a wheelchair, she was going to leave me, and yeah, the the whole act.
That should have been well and truly a warning sign. You don't make jokes like that.
Yeah,
Even my parents, if he ended up in hospital, I might leave him. That's already a tasteless joke in and of itself. But the fact that they specify if you end up in a wheelchair, I'll leave you. No, fuck that.
Yeah, but like I said, I was.
You were young, dumb, and in love.
Yeah.
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 You were, but really, really do a lot of stupid shit when you think you're young, dumb, and in love.
And the thing is, I'm still a romantic at heart. I still believe in love. That's how stupid I am.
Dumbass.
All right, Ray. Be careful. But like I said, when I died, I thought I was going to be going to hell big time because every time I turned around, somebody would say, "Oh, you're an evil monster. Da, 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 da. You're going to go to hell." So I was like, okay, pretty much going to go to hell. But when the accident happened, I did not lose consciousness at all. I was like, oh shit. And I was looked down, saw my legs were buttload of blood, and the guardrail was sitting in my lap, and I could feel water on my foot, and I'm like, okay, that's not good. And I was combat trained corpsman, and I'm like going through the marks in my head of okay, that's not good. That's a compound fracture right there where the bone is sticking out of my inner thigh. Whoa, my knee is down yonder. Oh shit, that's not good. And they were brand spanking new pair of blue jeans that Emma had bought me, and I was wearing a brand new pair of shoes that Emma had bought me. And I'm like going, oh, she's going to be pissed. I ruined the shoes that she bought me. And I was sitting there going, okay, what can I do? I was having a hard time breathing. I'm like, okay, that means I've got broken ribs. Couldn't really move my left arm around that much. And did a full check gave myself an inventory of what was wrong with me. Had to reach over, turn the radio down because the accident made my radio go way up. And that's how I know I didn't lose consciousness, because I didn't miss any of that song. And but yeah, when paramedics got there, I told them what my injuries were. Even told the firefighters to be careful that the embankment that we were on was so soaking wet that it was loose, that they would have to shore it up in a different way than that you would normally shore it up doing. And the firefighter just blew me off and damn near got me and the 3 paramedics killed when the car shifted. And I was like, I told you what not to do that. And to the firefighter that had been in charge of it, of them shoring everything up. And the fire chief comes over and says, "What the hell are you yelling about?" And the paramedic said, pointed at me, said, "This man told him how to shore it up so the car wouldn't bounce around and damn near get us all killed." And they didn't listen to me. And the fire chief's like, "What?" "Yeah, he told us what his injuries was as soon as we got here." And they put me on the helicopter and flew me to the hospital. And the whole time I was doing it, I was quoting my name and social security number over and over again, so they could tell if they lost me, like I used to do with my Marines, if they were hurt. And Mom said that the paramedics had told her that they lost me during the helicopter ride, but I don't remember it. But when they got me to the emergency room, as they're wheeling me in, they're cutting my clothes off as we're going down to get to the examination room. And the doctor says, "What's his injuries?" And the paramedic said, "This is going to be fun. Watch this, doc." And he touched me on the forehead and says, "Tell the doctor what your injuries were." And I started listing off my injuries as we were going down the hallway. We get to the exam room, and they've got all my clothes finally off so they can see all the broken parts of my body and my legs all messed all to hell. And I ended it with, "And I believe I'm in shock." And the doctor goes, "You don't think."
You don't say.
And I'm like, "Doc, I can't see without my glasses. I got hit in the head and it broke my glasses, so I can't see. Could you get in my face so I can see you?" And he leaned forward so I could see him. And I said, "Doc, I need your professional opinion here. What do you think my odds of getting back up off of uh, my odds of getting up off your table is?" And he said he didn't want to answer. He really didn't want to answer it. And I was like, "Look, Doc, I used to be a combat corpsman. Tell me what you think." And he says, "Well, in all honesty, nobody hurt anywhere near as bad as you has ever got back up off my table." And I said, "Thank you. I needed to hear that." And I said, "Can you give a message to my wife and my kids? Tell them I love them." And then I said, "Is the paramedics still here?" And he says, "Yeah, they're still here." And I was like, "Tell them to come in here so I can talk to them." And I asked the nurses and paramedics that was all still working on me to stop for a minute so I could talk to them. And I said, "My mom and dad were paramedics up in the mountains. Y'all did this so seamlessly. I've never seen anybody as on the ball as you guys are. And I just want to say thank you for everything that you've
That'll
done."
be the phone, Reg.
Yeah. And he, I have to give her a call back. But yeah, she was like, "Oh my God." The doctor didn't know what to do. So they gave me they said, "Mr. Spake, since you've not passed out, we're going to give you a shot to knock you out." And I said that, "Okay, uh, thank you." And I closed my eyes and I said a prayer that I thought was just between me and God. And it was quite simple. "Lord, if my marriage ain't going to work out, don't let me wake up." And my last day at that hospital, the doctor came to see me as they was getting ready to transfer me to the VA in Asheville. And he said, "Can I sit beside you?" And I said, "It's free country. Go right ahead." And he got in my face so I could see him. I says, "You recognize me?" I'm like, "Yeah, you're the ER doctor." He's like, "Yeah." And as we were talking, he said, "I was the reason why he believed in God, because everybody in the room heard my prayer." And I was like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, we heard your prayer." And he repeated it verbatim. And I found out that the emergency room doctors and nurses that had treated me that day was always coming and checking on me the entire time I was there. Even when I went insane, they were coming and checking up on me. And it was something else to get told that, "You're why I believe in a God now." And I was like, "Wow, okay." Um, After I started walking again, when all the doctors said I'd never walk again. Only person that believed I'd walk again other than me was my dad. And at every level of the way, I would contact Emma telling her I was walking or had started getting to a point where I could walk, at each stage. And she didn't believe me. And it got to the point to where the my physical therapist and the social worker at the VA hospital would call Emma They would come into work at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning just so they could call Emma in the UK to talk to her to find out what type of a mood she was in that day. And if she was in a good mood, they'd let me call her and the boys to talk to them. And if they weren't in a good mood, she wasn't in a good mood, they wouldn't let me call. And
That's fucked. I'm sorry. That's fucked.
but yeah, like I said, I've been
As the
through
phrase as the phrasing goes, it's a special place in hell for a bitch like that.
Yeah, but I still owe her a debt that I can never repay. She gave me Zachary. And for a very brief moment in time, I was happy. I got to be a husband and a father. As exhausted as I was always the one that did the midnight feedings and nappy changes. I would wake up early to make the boys their warm cup of tea and milk and make Emma's cup of tea first thing in the morning. When I got back home from school, I would scoop the boys up, give them hugs and kisses, kiss my wife, and ask her if the boys had been good, ask if she needed a nap. And if she needed a nap, I'd take the boys out so she could take her nap. Or if she didn't need a nap, we would all go out to either the park or to the airport to watch the planes come and go. And then when we got home, cook dinner together as a family. Then I'd give the boys their bath while she washed up the dishes. Then we'd get the boys to bed. And then after the boys were asleep, it'd be her time. She'd say what she wanted to do, be it watching movies or going and having marital Olympics. And when I was working I would work my butt off. I mean, 12 hours, a 12 the weekends I did 2 12-hour shifts at the Waffle House washing dishes where I was standing the whole time, and my back and my knees and my ankles was killing me at the end of that time. But yeah, I did all of that, all because of how much I loved her and I love my kids. And for that brief shining moment, I was happy. I felt like a human being again. I felt like I was loved, that I mattered. And I don't have it no more.
There is such a thing as where you'd ask her what kind of sick sense of humor does this God fuck have?
Well, William, it's okay. Yeah, the VA tries their best. The problem is all the bureaucrats that's behind the scenes that never have any actual contact with the veterans. They don't give a damn. To them, it's just numbers. They don't care if the person earned the benefits that they're there for. If they can keep you from getting those benefits, they feel good because that means money's not getting spent. And it really sucks because that's what caused my dad and my uncle to die, was because they both were dying from Agent Orange poisoning. And it really sucks that right before Obama was elected is when he went in for the test. And when Obama got elected, he told the Bush administration that they wanted to approve any new stuff going forward instead of what they normally did. Let the old administration who's going out finish off all the paperwork that they've already got. So instead, the Obama administration came in with a backlog that they themselves demanded. And then they drug their feet on the approvals processes to a point to where they needed a second test to prove Agent Orange poisoning, even though the first test is sitting right there and it said Agent Orange poisoning 100%. Oh, it's out of date, so we need a new one. And they were going to they told my dad he had to buy or pay for the second test. And that test was several $1,000s. and he couldn't afford it. And then his doctors, who knew he was suffering from Agent Orange poisoning, the VA doctor started treating him for it until the bureaucrats got involved and said to stop treating him for the Agent Orange poisoning. And they did the same thing to my uncle, Dwight. Uncle Dwight, before he died, they had amputated both of his legs because of the rot that had started eating up his legs. That my dad had been fighting. He actually had on his calf the map of Africa from where it was the necrosis was eating up the skin on his leg. If I could find the photographs, I would show it to you, and you were like, "Oh my God, that is exactly the continent of Africa on his leg." The Gulf, the Sinai Peninsula was starting to form before he passed away, and all because of bureaucrats, unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats.
And this is why we have absolutely no faith in our VA system over here either.
Yeah,
because as much as all of our problems were as much as bureaucrats as well, for some reason they found it necessary they needed to take the direction from yours, which for some reason it didn't get taken until later. They learnt to get their heads out of their ass.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people gave George W. Bush a lot of shit, but he
well earned and well warranted though.
But he modernized the VA big time. He's the reason why our medical records got digitized. A lot of new construction got done. The VA hospital that I used to go to was up in Salisbury, that was built back in the 30s. When my grandfather took me up there for the first time in 1995 so I could be inducted into the VA medical system. When we got up there, the floors were so broken and bad. Everybody was walking around with walkers so they wouldn't fall because the floor was so messed up. And there's a episode of Law and Order that came out right after 9/11 where they went into a VA hospital, and McCoy is looking at rat droppings on the ground and all this, how horrible it was. And that's what the VA was like before George W. Bush got into office. And he started modernizing it and fixing it. And for a while there, things got so much better. I mean, that's why my dad was finally able to get a test proving he was dying from Agent Orange poisoning. And a lot of people that was going through that shit, they got their approval process for their disability and things of this nature through under George W. Bush's administration. But when Obama came into office, they started trying to take away our disability. I had finally got my approval for my disability. They had increased my disability from 10% to 30% under George W. Bush. After the accident, my accident was classified as service connected because I was going to a doctor's appointment at the VA. And all the other issues that I had at the time bumped me up to 60%. Even though when I got out of the Navy, they were saying you're about 80% disabled from all the stuff that you've been exposed to and the damage you took. And as soon as I had gotten the approval for the increase in my disability, and I was like, okay, well, what about the rest of the disability? Oh, they'll probably be calling you in to do more evaluations to increase your disability. Well, my church group that I was going to at the time, because like I said, I could not drive anymore. So my church group drove me up there to go for the evaluations. And I said, so you're going to be evaluating me to increase my rating for these issues? And the doctor who was doing the evaluation said, no, I'm actually here to see if we can cut your disability. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, jackass.
And he's like, yeah, that's what I'm here to look at to see if you're getting overpaid for for your service connected disabilities. And I'm like, are you shitting me? I just finally got this rating. He's like, no, that's what it's saying that they're wanting me to do.
I now understand the Dave Chappelle joke. I just got this money in.
And I was like, well, hell, why don't you just tell those fuckers to send me a Colt M1911 and a single 45 caliber bullet, and I'll put myself out of their fucking misery. And he's like, no, that's not it. No, please. And I'm like, look, I had to fight to get to where I'm at now. And
You
you're
want to
here.
take it, and you want to fucking take it all away from me, you prick. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what I went through the entirety of the Obama administration. Every time I would get called in for evaluation, I found out it wasn't to increase my disability, but an attempt to reduce it. I had to go and get a lawyer to get my Social Security disability. And I found out originally I thought I'd only been denied twice, but but after all this went through, the lawyer said, no, this is your fourth time trying to get your disability. Because the first time it was done was the hospital themselves submitted the paperwork for my Social Security disability. After the accident, they filled out the paperwork and said, this dude will never walk again. He's all fucked up. He's not going to be able to get a job. He's unemployable. And they denied it. Then I submitted myself. They denied that one. I resubmitted it into appeals. They denied that. Then I was like, well, what the hell am I going to do? Then somebody said, well, there's a lawyer here in town that you can go see. Went to go see that lawyer. When I got there, the lawyer looked out in the parking lot and saw my mom helping me get out of the car, all messed up, getting out of the car and then hobbling my ass in. And when I said, I'm here for this appointment, he came out to see me in the waiting room and he escorted me back to his office. And he was looking at me and he was like, tell me everything that's wrong. And when I was telling him, I didn't even get really fully started before he stopped me. He says, from what you just told me right there, that's 100% unemployable, disabled, you know? And I had my records with me and I handed them to him. And he ended up, you know how much, do you know what he charged me to help me get my disability? The filing fees. That was it. And even then, he gave me money back because he said that he had never had a client come into his office that deserved their disability more. And when we went through the process of getting all of my medical records, you know, the big boxes that reams of paper come in?
Mm.
One of those filled to the brim, and over half, and a good chunk of it was all on recorded onto DVDs,
Damn.
digitally recorded.
That much shit you need a DVD for it. Holy crap.
Yes, and he took my records to the guy who was supposed to review it at the Social Security, and he wheels it in on a little cart in the big box. And you're trying to be dramatic. And the lawyer says, no, here, I'll help you put it on the desk. And he said that they both nearly gave themselves hernias picking it up to put it on the desk, and then opened it up and he starts looking. He says, what are these? Oh, those are the VA records that they sent us. It's all digital. And he just started going through it and he's like, oh my God. And fortunately the dude had medical knowledge, you know, and he's like going, his legs were amputated and they bolted them back on. Oh my God. And he approved me just for actually physically looking at my medical records. All the other ones, from what I was told, they didn't even look at the records. But having the lawyer take my records to them and hand it to them. So they had to actually see the full-fledged medical records. Did they approve my Social Security disability? And I had dealt with 3 people I had helped get off the fucking streets that were able to get their Social Security disabilities approved, when the only thing wrong with them was the fact they had autism type issues and they didn't want to work. Yeah, buddy. But somebody who had physical reasons not to be able to work couldn't get their disability. And it was insane having to go through that. Like I said,
it's amazing what the lengths they'll go to when they don't want you to absolutely fucking dry fist them over anything. I mean, my situation, I can well 100% admit my situation is nowhere near as bad as yours. Like, mine pales in comparison. And
each person has a different burden to carry.
True, but in the greater scheme of things, the comparison, really, mine is nothing compared to yours. I still have full functioning limbs. My left shoulder is not exactly wrecked. It's just nowhere near as good as it used to be. The rest of the time, for the greater scheme of things, I've got out of it pretty light. Considering what other people are having to suffer with, PTSD, mental health issues, all those other sort of things. The fact I managed to get out of it, pretty light, is already a fucking miracle in and of itself. But but I can sit there and go, well, half the what I've got now is not because of what my situation is. It was simply so they could avoid getting their ass fucking sued out of them.
Yeah.
Because more than enough of it was very much in the same vein. It was people not doing their fucking jobs, people not doing what they were supposed to do. And the big long dick of accountability just decided to show up for me that day. Was, as they always say, always save the records, always get it recorded, always getting it writing. That paid off dividends that day. Because everything that was said, everything that was done, everything that we could trace back to some form of accountability, all was laid at their feet, and all was laid at all blame was directed where it bloody should be. And similar to your situation, I have nothing but immense respect for the medical staff who had to deal with me, because they did absolutely everything possible they could get to at least get some form of proper diagnosis about it, and to try and make my life as easy as possible while still being on ship. By rights, they should have sent me home. They didn't. And the fact that I had to spend an entire trip with one working arm, trying to do the job of a guy who's supposed to have 2 working arms, and still getting through it. And the fact that they could all point to it and go, well, if you'd sent him home when he was supposed to go home, we wouldn't be in this situation.
Exactly. And when I was going to the Navy, my granddad and dad both said the same thing. Keep copies of everything in triplicate, and keep one copy with you, and then have the other 2 copies with other people who you trusted. And that saved my ass more than once. Because Levine, I don't know if you heard the story of Levine and his bullshit.
That's I have.
I had he tried to say that I had deserted for a weekend when I was told not to go back to the ship, and I was supposed to call in to the ship to let them know, the medical department, to know I was okay. For 3 days, because went for an early MRI. Where actually you don't know this because this is literally when you were born.
No, try me. Just because it was a long old piece of technology doesn't mean I don't know it.
Okay, back in the day, they would inject you with a radioactive dye.
Yep.
And that way they could find where the breaks were at in in the bones.
Yeah, the old they did that for my shoulder. Actually, they still do that.
Well, because of that, and I was assigned to the USS Dwight David Eisenhower CVN 69, booyah, that magic number, which was a nuclear aircraft carrier. I was not allowed to go back to the ship because I would be setting off all of the radiation.
All their radiation alarms. Yeah. That's actually kind of funny. I'm sorry.
Yes, it is. But I was ordered not to go back to the ship, but to report in to medical every day. I was told, just call in first thing in the morning, and that's all you'll have to do. But I was taking it 2 steps further by calling. I called first thing in the morning, I called at lunchtime, and then I called in the afternoon as when people were going home.
Yep.
So they knew exactly where I was at the entire time.
Yep.
But Levine did not give a fuck. And he put in paperwork saying that I had deserted. And the Navy JAG Corps had to spend over $1 million on the investigation, proving I did not desert. Or actually, they were trying to prove I deserted, but they ended up proving I didn't. And I asked for copies of everything. And because I had the copies of all of my orders from whenever they did the MRI, proving I was ordered not to go back to the ship, I went and got the chief who I was calling into and my the doctor that I called into every day during those 3 days, backing everything I set up. The JAG officer himself said, I totally understand why, because his paralegal wasn't going to do it. He didn't want to go through the process of making 3 certified copies of all that paperwork. But the JAG officer walked over and looked at his paralegal and says, he's going to do it. He's going to probably need it. So we don't have to go through this again. And so I had 3 copies of all that paperwork. Well, when they pulled me off of the Eisenhower because of my broken wrist not healing, they sent me to NAS Oceana. And I was there working. I could strip and wax floors like you wouldn't believe. And I had came in one night to get the floors stripped and waxed without traffic. Well, everybody's supposed to show up at 6:30 in the morning, and I'm waiting for them to show up. And it was just after 7, and nobody had shown up yet. And I'm like, where the hell is everybody? So I get out of the
have I missed something? Yeah.
So I get out and I walk into the passageway that I had stripped and waxed, and I'm looking out of the window, the big bay windows into the hangar, looking down where everybody was standing around. And then I heard somebody yelling, "Get off that wet floor!" And I stepped back and looked, and there was this guy with a balding dude with a mustache screaming at me about getting off the wet floor. And I squatted down and I rubbed my hand on it and said, "No, this is dry. It's been dry for over an hour." And he goes, "What?" And then he reaches out and touches it. He goes, "Oh my, this has been done for how long?" "I did it last night, sir." Because I could tell he was an officer because he was wearing a flight suit. And he goes, "Holy shit." And he goes, "And you did this?" "Yeah." "Are you in the first lieutenant's office?" "Yeah." "Go in there and sit down. Now, I'll be with you in a minute." And I'm like, "Oh shit." What
have I done now?
And then he turns and yells back down to the staircase. He goes, "All right, everybody, get to work." And next thing I know, the command senior chief comes in and says, "Well, you did it now, Spake." And I'm like, "What did I do now?" "You'll see in a minute." And I'm like, "Oh shit." And then everybody from first lieutenant's office came in there and said, "You stripped and waxed the floor out there. It looks like glass." And I'm like, "Yeah, that's what I do when I strip and wax floors."
That's how you're supposed to do it, dumbass.
Yeah. And they were like, "Well," I was like, "Why did y'all not come up?" And they said, "Because the skipper wouldn't let us come up." "The what?" They said, "The squadron commander would not let us come up." And I looked at him, short guy, kind of balding with a big, thick porn mustache. Yeah, the guy you yelled at, saying the floor's been dry for over an hour. Yeah, that was the commander. And I'm like going,
well, shit.
oh, fuck.
I'm fucked up.
Oh, yes. And so I was like, oh, great. And then I get called into his office. And the whole time, the senior chief had a smirk, okay? And I'm like, I'm fucked. I'm a dead man. I'm a fucked dead man. I'm a fucked dead man. Get in there. And he goes, so you stripped and waxed the floor by yourself last night? Yes. And you do this every time you strip and wax floors? Yes. And he looks from the command senior chief and says, this is the airman you told me about who had all kinds of trouble at his last command. Yes, sir. And he got this big, huge honking smile on his face. And he says, and we finally got we've got him here now. He's a good worker, right? Yes, he is. He just smiles and looks at me and says, guess what? I'm setting your hours. You work at night, stripping and waxing floors and nothing else. And I'm like, really? Really? And
you don't say.
And so, because he loved having shiny, shiny, shiny floors. So I was going from each of the different areas and stripping and waxing the floor each day. Some of them I was able to do three floors at a time because they were real narrow passages, So
yeah.
didn't have to work that hard on them.
You're speaking to a fellow sailor. Yes, I understand.
That was my job that he set me up with. Well, a month later, they got a fax saying that I had deserted. And they just sent the cover paperwork. That was it. And I did my work, got off work, went to bed. There was pounding on the door. Went to open the door, and there's a guy standing there going, Spake, you got to come with me now. And I'm like, oh, shit, what's going on? And he just grabs me and is pulling me along. And all I was wearing was my running shorts and my PT shirt, which I was sleeping in.
You scummy bastard. Have a shower next time. Anyway, continue.
Dude grabbed me and drug me out, even without, I didn't even have time to put my glasses on. And I'm blind without my glasses. I was barefooted, going down there, got inside, looked around. Okay, what's going on? And next thing I know, I'm standing before the commander and the senior chief. And he goes, explain this. And he hands me the piece of paper saying that I deserted. And I said, not again. And the commander goes, what? I said, he's doing it to me again. And I said, can I please go back to my barracks so I can get you the paperwork proving this is bullshit? And senior chief looks down at the commander and says, I'll take him. He's like, okay, do it now. So we went back to
do it now.
So we got back, opened up the door, got into my room. I handed him the paperwork, and I said, can I grab a quick shower, shit, and shave? And the senior chief sits down at my desk and he starts flipping through it. Sure, go ahead. So I ran in and I took a shower, a shave, and a shit all in under 5 minutes. You know how that is in the Navy.
You're supposed to have the shit before you shower, you star. Why? Why do Americans never get this the right way round?
Because I needed the hot water to fucking not being so puckered going, I'm dead meat. That's why.
Yeah, but surely the fact that your asshole would have been going would have been enough to get it out your butt.
Got dressed, got ready, and I was like, I'm ready, sir. I'm ready, senior chief. And he's like, sit down. And he's going through it. And you could see the red of being pissed off going up, until the steam started coming out of his ears. And Then he's got halfway through all that paperwork, slapped it, and says, "Let's go." And out we went.
Let's go.
I'm usually a very fast walker. I had to jog to keep up with Senior Chief as he was storming in. He was so pissed off that the security guys at the gate to the flight line just stepped back and held their hands up, saying, "Go with God, brother. Go with God."
Whatever you've done, you're fucked now.
And as we got to the commander's
Let
office,
a Raf. Just let Raf setting off.
oh, you have, be good. Have the lasagna sounds great. I wished I could have some too. But he goes, "Sit," and made me sit down right outside the office. He goes into the commander's office, slams the door hard, and then you hear him start screaming, going, "I cannot believe that motherfucking son of a," and he was yelling. They could hear it off of the flight line. And I need to animate a series based off your military misadventures. Yeah.
Believe me, Ian. I believe through the both of us, we could write an entire fucking novel series worth of it.
Yeah. But anyway, the next thing I know was the door popped back open. The senior chief looks over at the commander's yeoman and says, "Get in here now." Dude goes in there.
Get that ass in here now.
A few minutes later, he comes out and he's on the phone making calls. And I'm sitting there watching as officers start showing up. Lieutenant commander was the lowest ranked dude. One lieutenant commander who was a JAG officer came in, saw me sitting there going, "This isn't good."
What did you do?
He goes in to the commander's office. Then the next officer that came was a captain. Then a rear admiral shows up.
Jesus Christ.
And several other officers of various ranks between those two ranks show up. And I'm watching them going in. And I ended up sitting there all day. Ended up missing lunch and dinner. And they popped their head out for a minute and they saw me still sitting there. "Have you been here all day?" "You told me to sit here and not move." "So yes, I've been here all day." "Did you go get something to eat?" And the yeoman's like shaking his head going, "He's not moved from that spot." And he's like, "Well, damn, they're all, the galley's closed." And he goes back in and they pass the hat around asking for money so I could get food to go eat. The smallest bill that was in the damn hat when they brought it out to me was a 20, and there was a shit ton there was a couple $100 there. And Senior Chief looks at me and says, "Be here on Monday." Okay. Guess what day it was?
Okay.
That was on a Wednesday, man. It was a Wednesday. I just got told, "Be here Monday morning."
Okay. Do I just forget the other days exist, or?
And I was like, okay. I went, got something to eat. Let me stress the words. I went and got something to eat.
You panic bolted the food down your gullet as though it was going to be taken away from you, is what you did.
Well, I went first to Rally Burgers and got myself a nice big Rally Burger, giant sized seasoned fries, a gigantic, enormous banana milkshake.
Mm-hmm.
Then I went to the steakhouse. Nice big steak, a nice big salad, and a nice big baked potato.
Baked potato.
And then, and it was fully loaded now, not just the little stuff like butter and sour cream. I put bacon pieces up in there, diced onion, ate that up. Then I went to the movies, had my 3 snacks during the movies, then left. One of the taxi drivers saw me, damn near ran over other 3 taxi drivers to get me. Went to Rally Burgers, got myself another big Rally Burger. seasoned fries and a big gigantic. Yep. And on the way back, the taxi driver,
Motherfucker, did you think you were pregnant or something? Holy shit.
nope, I ate a lot back in the day. And remember, I was 6'1" and I only weighed 125 pounds. And the gunny sergeant that was for our Marine detachment on the Eisenhower kept going, where the hell does he put all that food? Because he went with me one night to see just how much food I eat, because all my buddies, while they were doing BMI tests, because he's like, you need to eat a ham sandwich. And all my buddies were sitting in line behind me was like going, you should see how much he eats. And he goes, he doesn't eat that much. And I said, well, you want to go hang out and go see some movies? Sure, why not? And that's what we did. We went, first I hit the McDonald's, and this was right after the McRib came out. I spent $20 at McDonald's, which was buku McRibs and some fries. Because they had the McDonald's was right at the end of Fleet Landing, where the carrier row, where the carriers pulled in there at Norfolk, Virginia operating base. So went in there, ate a whole bunch of there, and he's like, damn, that was a lot. And my buddy was like going, you ain't seen shit yet. Went out to where the taxi drivers was at, and 3 of the taxi drivers, they all knew me, and they said, where are you going to go eat this time? Oh, Rally Burgers. And the other 2 guys goes, darn, we lost the bet. And the dude that won the bet got to drive us. Went to Rally Burgers, went through the drive-thru at Rally Burgers, big Rally Burger, seasoned fries, and a giant banana milkshake. And Gunny's eyes was watching me eat this gigantic burger and all these fries and this giant milkshake. He says, where to next? And I said, I'm feeling it like steaks. You want steaks, or would you rather have Chinese food? To the Gunny. And Gunny's like, I like my some steak. And I'm like, okay, we'll go to the steakhouse. Then we went to the steakhouse. And he says, you want me to come back and pick you up, drive you across the street to the movie theater? And I'm like, nah, we can walk across to the theater tonight. You don't mind walking across the road to get to the theater, do you, Gunny? And he's like, no, I can hump something like that easy. Okay, cool.
I can walk across the road, yeah.
And the taxi driver says, cool. How many movies you going to watch tonight? I said, well, just be. The last movie, I think, is about, what, 11:30, about then? Yeah. Pick us up there, okay? He's like, fine, gotcha, man. High-fived. And this was like the first time the dude never asked me, didn't say, am I going to get some steak too? Because usually I'd take the taxi driver in with me and eat a steak dinner with him. But then we went, after we ate big steak dinner, walked across the street to get the movie tickets, went in, ordered my snacks, and then they would, because I was there so often, they would ask me, well, what do you want us to bring in halfway through the movie? Do you want the nachos with cheese, a couple of hot dogs, or another big thing of popcorn? And I would place that order. And then halfway through the movie, they'd show up with my extra order, and I'd eat that. And then after that movie, we would go get for the next movie and snacks. And then they say, okay, what do you want in the middle of this next movie? And then I'd tell them what that was, and we go in and do it. And then after we were off, after the movies, it was time to go home. Taxi driver would be sitting out there waiting. It says, Rally Burgers, right? Rally Burgers. And then we'd hit Rally Burgers one more time and go through the drive-through, and I'd ask the taxi driver, I'd ask him, you want something? And he'd order what he wanted, and I'd pay for it. And
just to give you an idea, folks, this is the kind of asshole that no other guy wants to go on a piss run with, because nobody wants to pay for his tab.
And I did. He's like, where the hell did you put it all? And
up my ass.
and the funny thing is, I didn't know it at the time, but he was also a science fiction fan. He kept it secret because he didn't want to get people giving him shit over liking Star Trek and Star Wars and all that.
Yeah.
And the Yeah, it was Gunny was awesome. I missed that guy. But anyway, they ended up going over all the paperwork proving I didn't desert. NIS had put somebody in to investigate this bullshit and see because they couldn't believe that somebody would do something like that. And the undercover dude was supposed to be undercover for like 6 months to get evidence about inappropriate behavior and all this other stuff. The dude wasn't even undercover a month and he had more than enough to take the damn thing to court martial.
Damn.
And yeah, it was come to find out because of this guy's hazing and shit. Somebody committed suicide because of it.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and
that's not going to go over well. Yeah.
No, it didn't. But he got to go to Leavenworth and became known as Princess.
I wonder why.
Because a good number of them were probably in there because of assholes like him that made their lives miserable and they snapped. But yeah, that was the insanity of it. But thank God it's not a problem anymore. Okay, William Sova says, okay, I'm back. So the information I was talking about apparently came out during investigation into Owen Lattimore and the Institute of Pacific Relations, which I did not know about. I'm going to have to look that up. Because...
But as I pointed out with that and whatever, the closest I can find anything even vaguely relating to that is, yeah, it's a book that came out in 2015.
Yeah,
and that's the closest I've got with that.
Because I mean, what was going on in China was nasty ass shit, and because the Japanese mindset at that time was so.
Just to give you an idea, dude, we've been going for 5 hours.
Oh shit! Yeah. All right.
Just before we launch in any more, you might want to take that into account.
Oh yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's great getting to talk with you, Shrubby. Heck, just having fun shooting the shit's always fun.
It is always fun, yes.
I hope everybody who's taken the time to listen in had a good time. Just hope from now on everybody in the chat gets involved more often and talk about the stuff.
They've just been sat there listening to us going, ha ha, look at these two old farts.
Hey, you're not as old as me, man. You were 89, man.
I'm old compared to some people.
Yeah. But like I said, it's great getting to talk with you. And everybody that's still listening, please share what you love with others. Show the world that you're human. This world needs more love in it. It really, really does. There's so much pain, so much suffering, so much heartache. And there's only one way to deal with it. And that's to deal with love. You know, show love to your enemies. That's what Christ told us to do. And it's only by showing our humanity that we can change people's hearts and their minds and show to them we're not the monsters that they've been told we are. So everyone, go with love and be loved. And be love. Y'all be good now and have a blessed one.
Go.